only way this ends is bad guys in handcuffs.
So much of what we do is dealing with the unknown. Nothing is going to go wrong today.
3, 2, 1.
Do it!
Catch the explosive brand new series of The Rookie every Thursday on Sky Witness.
Next up, Austria, the home of Red Bull.
Welcome along to the Red Bull Ring.
The Austrian Grand Prix, live on Sky Sports.
His fairy tale ending. What a magnificent cricketer. All of the Oval, all of England rise to one of its finest.
Talk about fast delivery. The batter was left startled at the crease.
Remitly worldwide money transfers. Speed you can rely on. ICC Men's T20 World Cup on Sky Sports, sponsored by Remitly.
After a month and 9 venues, we finally reached the World Cup final, and it's here in Bridgetown, Barbados, one of the iconic venues. Not that you'd know, we could be in Ahmedabad. The Indian support is here. But what an occasion.
They've all come to see him, you know. He's the most popular man in India. Fantastic occasion, great cricket ground, and the two best sides in the competition, both unbeaten, and it should be a cracking occasion.
South Africa are going to be under pressure from the Indian team and this lot in the crowd.
Yeah, they certainly are. What a day. Days you absolutely dream of. The fans are in. The players must be absolutely buzzing. They cannot wait to get going. I'd actually love to be playing out there today. These are days you wake up to as a kid and think, wow, what an opportunity.
Two unbeaten sides going head to head for the battle for the World T20 crown.
South Africa has conquered the semi-final mountain. A clinical performance that sets up an opportunity on the ultimate stage. South Africa are in a World Cup final.
It's an exciting challenge for us. We've never been there before, and nothing to be scared of. It's an opportunity that we've never had, and we'll be really excited about that opportunity.
It's all over. It's India who march into the finals.
It's important that we keep calm. The team is in good shape. They're playing well. All I can hope is to put up another good show come the final.
So often heartbreak has greeted South Africa in World Cups. Today they have a chance perhaps to lift the nation. That though is not straightforward. They go head to head with the powerhouse that is India. It's the final of the ICC Men's World T20. Welcome to you, to Owen and to Michael. Only one man for the job now though, Ravi Shastri.
It's the Kensington Oval, Barbados. The land of Sobers, the 3 W's. Hall, Griffith, Marshall, Ghana, and of course Greenwich and Haynes. It's the venue for the T20 World Cup final 2024, India versus South Africa. In the green corner, ready to lay the uppercut and punch for the first time in a World Cup final, Aiden Markram, and punching all the way to the final for India, Rohit Sharma. And West Indies' own to keep things calm, under control, and a potential punching bag, Richie Richardson. Aiden Markram will give it a flick. Tails. Tails is the call. What's it, Richie? But Rohit, you won the toss. What have you decided?
We're going to bat first.
Looks a very good surface, this.
Yeah, looks a good pitch. We played one game here. You know, the scores have been really good, so yeah.
What do you tell the boys when on this big day? Not much to say. The cricket's been fabulous. But even if you have to say something, what do you say?
No, it's just about, you know, understanding individual's role. That's about it. I know it's a big occasion, but it's important to stay calm and, you know, play another game like it's an international game against a top team. We have to keep things under control, and there are ways to do that. Everyone will have their own way of doing it. That's been the message. Just stay calm and composed.
And respect for an opposition today, paramount.
Absolutely. I think it's quite critical. South Africa have played really good cricket in this tournament. We do understand that. So have we. We've played really good cricket as well. So it's going to be a great game between two quality teams.
Good thing for India. A lot of players have performed right through. You're not dependent on one or two players.
Yeah, I think that's been the story for us. Different individuals stepping up and getting the job done for the team, and that is what is required in a team sport, and that is something we are looking forward today as well. Everyone coming together and making sure that they get the job done.
And your team today?
Same team.
Enjoy it. Enjoy the final, Rohit.
Thank you.
Well, Aiden, you unbeaten as well. Would you have batted as well?
Yeah, definitely. It looks pretty dry. Having said that, we get the first crack with the ball. Maybe there might be something, and hopefully can put them under pressure early on.
You've been tested in this tournament. There have been some tough situations, but the boys have responded magnificently.
They have, yeah. At times probably not been at our best, but found a way to win, which sort of does a lot for your change room and the energy in the change room. So we take a lot of confidence and belief in that. But yeah, today really striving for that perfect game. Although perfect's not really attainable, but if we can get close, we know we'll be in with a good shot.
The monkeys off the back, the semi-final tag is gone. You're in the final. What do you tell the boys?
Yeah, I take it all in. A fantastic opportunity. There's absolutely no pressure for us today. Like you've mentioned, we've never been in a final, so to be here today is the opportunity that we've always wanted. So you can't win a trophy unless you're in a final, and we're here today, and that's the opportunity that lies ahead for us.
And your combination for today?
Yeah, we're going with the same team.
Have a good one, Aiden. Enjoy it.
Thank you.
Well, that's the news from the center. It's India who won the toss, and they've decided to bat first.
Thanks, Ravi, and that could be an important toss if this pitch dries out, as it has done throughout the competition. We'll start with India, unchanged, unsurprisingly so.
Yeah, absolutely none whatsoever. They've come into the tournament as out-and-out favourites, and they have played like favourites. And the fact that they're unchanged gives a huge amount of confidence and clarity to that side. They're a side that has been so dominant, particularly against the best sides in the tournament. Sides like Australia, England, who are picked as joint second favourites. But what an absolute occasion. Love to see Virat Kohli get runs here. He's been short on runs. That balance of bowling line is absolutely outstanding.
They could have made one change, South Africa. They've stuck with Shamsi.
Yeah, they've stuck with the same team. They've been scrapping, really, not been quite at their best, not been as dominant as India. But they have got a very good side, a very good attack with Maharaj and Tabraiz Shamsi, the spinners. That pace attack, which is very dangerous in the right conditions. Rabada, Norkia and Janssen. Their batters, a little bit like Kohli, haven't been in top form because they've started on New York on that up and down pitch, but they've been doing enough and they've been winning tight games.
I'm delighted to say, after his BAFTA-winning toss presentation, Ravi Shastri joins us. What an occasion, and for India, is this a possible chance for some of the players to leave a bit of a legacy?
That's it, and that more so for Rahul Dravid as well. You know, he's had a fabulous career. He's never won a World Cup title, so to be part of a team and win it, it'll be fabulous. Kohli and Sharma to get it together, you know, as teammates, that'll be good. But they have to come out now. They've won a good toss. Yeah. In good batting conditions, it's for them to dictate terms now.
How significant has the mindset change that Rohit has brought to this team been?
He's leading by example. So, you know, there's no place to hide for the others. When the captain's batting in that form, in that fashion, you jolly well follow.
Great to see you. I know you're a busy man. Thank you very much indeed, Ravi.
Enjoy, gentlemen.
We shall.
So he's a World Cup winner from 1983, and your point about a legacy is absolutely right. That team of his is still celebrated more than 40 years later. 2011 World Cup as well. So this is a chance for some of their great players. Only Kohli of this lot is a World Cup winner, and they want to join him.
Let's talk about Rohit Sharma, the batsman, one of the most elegant players in the world. He was a bit ungainly at time against England, but he found a way, and against Australia, immense.
It was absolutely outstanding. When you think of Rohit Sharma as the player, like you say, very, very classy. But the Rohit Sharma that we've seen in recent times empowers that batting lineup. So the manner in which he is striking the ball and the strike rate in which he is achieving this is more important than the volume of runs. Winning the toss and batting first allows him an ability to get out there and embody what it means. Every single message that he has communicated about trying to reiterate in this final, he can get out there and really take on South Africa. He did it against England and did it brilliantly. Yes, he had some luck along the way, but he didn't waver from that aggressive nature.
Would you have sold Kohli's runs coming into the World Cup?
Well, you'd be a brave man to ever sell Kohli's runs, but had you done so, you'd be in the money. I mean, 5 single-figure scores out of 7, I think. That's more reminiscent of Atherton and North than Kohli. You'll have the conditions here. I think this will be a better pitch than we saw in Guyana. There'll be a bit more bounce. I think he has suffered from that start in New York. Didn't get any runs there, tricky conditions. And also slightly, how does he play? Does he follow Rohit Sharma, or does he play the Kohli way and anchor the innings throughout? And I think he's just been caught a little bit betwixt and between, as we saw in that England game when he murdered Rohit, Reece Topley for that 6 and then got out trying to do the same. I think we may see a more traditional type of innings from Kohli today, and he may have the conditions to do it.
Well, Aidan Markram at the toss with Ravi said it's a dry pitch. What's it like? Well, Nasser was having a little look earlier.
One of the great venues in world cricket, the Kensington Oval, Barbados, absolutely fitting. The final should be here. The pitch looks a good one. It is sealed. There are not many cracks. There's just a few cracks emerging. It is dry, but I think the more the roller goes up and down it, the more it's getting sealed. It may not have the bounce of St. Lucia or the low skiddy bounce of Guyana. It'll be somewhere in between. 200 has already been scored here by Australia against England. I think the factor more than the pitch is going to be hitting with the wind. This has been the strongest wind we've had in Barbados, 30 kph, and it's hitting in the direction of the Greenwich and Haynes stand. So this pitch is a good one, even pace, but I reckon we'll see a lot of left-handers from this end going that way and right-handers targeting that boundary over there with the wind.
Thanks, Naz. Day game might slow up, might get drier. India's spinners licking their lips.
They certainly are. So, again, best time to bat's going to be in the power play. Really important period of the game for both teams. How many times have we said it in this World Cup? You need to adapt to conditions every opportunity that you get. Today is no different. Cut this into the pitch as the game goes on and more turn.
OK, well, if South Africa are going to prevail over India, they're going to need their middle order, their powerful middle order, to absolutely fire. David Miller on the beach with Nasser spoke to him.
David, you're just hours away from South Africa's first ever World Cup final. How much are you looking forward to it?
Yeah, it's unbelievably excited. I think, as everyone knows, you know, it's the first final for us, so pretty special. I mean, all the guys have been playing really well, but just really looking forward to it. I think it's a great opportunity.
There it is. They go. This will be out, surely. Ah, it's out. It's going to be run out. Oh, that's it. South Africa out. Donald didn't run. I cannot believe it.
No one needs to remind a South African cricketer about semi-final heartache. 7 semi-final losses. Is it nice to finally get that monkey off your back?
You know, we've been unlucky with some rain and certain results in the past, and yeah, it hasn't been ideal, but it has, I think, been more of a past generational thing. But yeah, this team has been playing for some time now, and really built some really good confidence. Yeah, so it's been good.
And after a load of very tight games in the group stages, to have a comfortable win against Afghanistan, that's quite important in back-to-back tight semi-final, final turnover.
I think winning those close games are really important. And we've kind of happened to have really close games in all our games except for the semi-final. So it was really nice to get over that line the other day, and I think it's definitely created a bit of character this tournament, and guys have just built on that confidence from each other.
There was that week in New York, 3 games there. The top order struggled, obviously, on a very tricky pitch. How proud are you of what you did there, getting them out of trouble, and that game against England? That proved to be a crucial game to top the group, the way you played there as well.
Yeah, for sure. I think when we've spoken about it, you know, the whole tournament, there's been tricky wickets. There hasn't been one, you know, great wicket, so it's been good for us, and kind of feel like we prepped for the final now. Whatever wicket kind of gives us, we're ready for it.
Your skipper, Aidan Markram, is relatively new to international captaincy, but he's almost already become a serial winner as far as captaincy. Under-19 World Cup a decade ago, he won that as captain. ICC T20, he's won it twice already. What makes him such a good leader?
He's got that natural leading ability. I feel like it's a gift. So, you know, certain people have it, certain people don't, and he certainly has that. And yeah, I mean, he's obviously a great player. He leads from the front in terms of performances on the field and batting. But just the calmness for me stands out.
You're coming up against India. Obviously, you know them well from IPL cricket. Your top order know them well. Most of your side know them well. What have you made of them in this tournament?
Batters, great fielding unit. So overall, I mean, obviously a great team with all the experience in T20 and RPLs that they have. I think it's going to be a great contest, and you know, we're certainly looking forward to it.
One final question. You're a proud South African. What would this mean to South Africa and South Africans to win this tournament?
The Rugby World Cup, you know, we've done really well in the last 25 years, or whatever it is, and you know, they've been inspirational to many. And I think in South Africa, you know, there's a lot going on, as everyone knows, but you know, this certainly is what the people need, is inspiration through sport, and it certainly does bring people together.
Well, he's one of the good guys, David Miller. There is a lot of emotion around this final for South Africa. I mean, he talks about lifting a nation. No pressure then.
Well, just looking at the montage there, all that heartbreak, near misses, nervy failings, 92, 99, 2003, and it's just a sense of a little bit of an embarrassment, really, that this nation, this proud sporting nation that has produced so many great players, Dale Steyn, Alan Dodd, Sean Pollock, Jack Callis, Graham Smith, never made a men's World Cup final before, whilst the rugby team have won 4, I think. So cricket has kind of slipped behind rugby there, and this is a chance really to say, all these South African players to say, all right, that's all in the past, but they do bring that context to today. This team, men's team, have done what no men's team have done before, and a chance to bring the World Cup home and just say to everybody, cricket is our game too.
How is Aidan Markram going to utilise his barrage of paces on this pitch?
On this pitch, it's going to be a great balance. I think they played on surfaces in this tournament that have offered a little bit, like most teams. But the beauty about their attack is how accurate that they have been. They always try and keep the stumps in play. They have absolute pace in the form of Heinrich Nortje. They also have changes of pace as well, which I think will be more utilised on this pitch, going hard into the wicket early, using those cutters, those bouncers, and the likes of Marco Jansen swinging it up front. How he utilises them, I think, is extremely important, because you need to make inroads in that Indian batting lineup, because if you don't take wickets, there's only one result. So important day for Aidan Markram.
They're not wedded to it, though. I mean, that's South Africa's traditional strength, and it's a brilliant pace attack. But they've got Maharaj, and he opened the bowling with Maharaj the other day, and bowled himself for 4 as well. So he's quite an intuitive captain.
Been looking around for South African sport in the crowd. None. It's all India, and they're batting next.
T20 World Cup on Sky Sports, sponsored by Remitly.
Formula One glory comes to those who put in the preparation. Will you make the right calls and lead your team to victory? F1 Clash. Download for free from your app store.
200 miles per hour, 300 sensors, 1.1 million data points a second, sent instantly to the AWS cloud, so AI can generate insights for F1 in real time, to keep millions of fans on the edge of their seats. Generative AI on AWS, a new era of racing, a new era of business.
Imagine where your door could take you this summer. You could transform it into one you'll never forget. Because in our July draws, you could win a share of £18.2 million. So whatever your dream, you could have the most incredible summer with People's Postcode Lottery. Sign up before midnight tomorrow and see where your door could take you.
Someone's knocking at the door. I see skies of blue.
Sammy, we're going to use Daddy's camera. Be our secret movie, just yours and mine.
I hear babies cry. I watch them grow.
Movies are dreams, doll, that you never forget.
I think to myself, oh, what a wonderful world.
This crew attacked our people.
I don't sleep well. Too many nightmares.
Look out! We won't let them get away with this. The only way this ends is bad guys in handcuffs.
So much of what we do is dealing with the unknown. Nothing is going to go wrong today.
3, 2, 1.
Catch the explosive brand new series of The Rookie every Thursday on Sky Witness.
ICC Men's T20 World Cup on Sky Sports, sponsored by Remitly.
And it's a bright and sunny morning here at the Kensington Oval, and already the atmosphere on the ground is electrifying. There's a lot of noise, a lot of support for both the sides. And South Africa, in their first final, will play the former champions, India. Rahul Dravid, Jasprit Bumrah. The toss happened a little while earlier. It was India who won the toss, had no hesitation in batting first. So it's going to be a crackerjack of a contest. This both teams unbeaten on their way to the final. South Africa having played some very good cricket. India have been a dominating team. And you can see their road to the final. South Africa came from Trinidad after beating Afghanistan, and India comprehensively beat England in Guyana. So the final at this iconic venue, the Kensington Oval, Barbados. So you can see the trophy brought out earlier by the Honourable Prime Minister Mia Mottley and the universe boss Christopher Gale. And that's what the teams are playing for. Now comes Richie Richardson, the two umpires officiating today, Chris Gaffney, Richard Ellingworth. Richard Kettlegrove will be the third umpire, and Rod Tucker from Australia the fourth. So the two teams will come out now for the national anthems, India and South Africa. This is what they would have dreamt of at the start of the tournament, to be able to walk out to the Kensington Oval in Barbados on the 29th of June, and they've done that. And they've had their moments coming up to the final. They've been tested at times, but one would have to say the two best teams are out there to take center stage in a World Cup final. So all set now for the national anthems. Be the Indian national anthem first.
If you are able to, for the anthems of India, followed by South Africa.
Janagana mana adhinayaka jaya he Bharat bhagya vidhata Punjab Sindh Gujarat Maratha Dravida Utkala Vanga Vindhya Himachala Yamuna Ganga Uchchala Jaladhi Taranga Tava Shubha Name Jage Tava Shubha Ashish Mange Gahe Tava Jaya Gatha Janagana Mangala Dayaka Jaya He Bharat Bhagya Vidhata विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
So the anthems are over. It's time for Blaze and Tonk to come to the party. As all eyes now. So a lot of people have already come in. India won the toss, decided to bat first. It's a very good morning to Ian Bishop, Sean Pollock. Bish, India.
Yeah, same team, and they'll depend heavily on Rohit's aggression up at top, and a lot of eyes will be feasting on this to find out if Virat Kohli can finally hit his best form. Surya Kumar Yadav has been outstanding. Dubey, if he gets a chance with the bat, will want to sort of reinvent and regurgitate some of the form he'd been showing before, and the bowlers have been superb.
Yeah, from a South African perspective, well, they'll be hoping for a little bit more form at the top of the order. Quinton de Kock has been superb throughout the tournament. Hendricks and Markham found a little something in the semi-final. Plenty of firepower. Klaasen, Miller, Stubbs and Jansen in the middle overs. And then the demolition squad of Jansen, Maharaj, Rabada and Nortje and Shamsi have been the backbone of the 7 victories and the success so far in this tournament.
Start of the World Cup final. Rohit Sharma, Virat Kohli will come out to bat in good batting conditions. This pitch looks good. There's a lot of rolling. It will get slower as the game progresses. So a good toss to win from India's point of view. Both captains mentioned they would have wanted to bat first. Rohit Sharma, he's been in cracking form, especially in the last couple of games. Half centuries against Australia and England. So he'd like to carry on from where he left. He's made his intentions very clear from the outset, and alongside him, Virat Kohli. might have not got runs out as yet, but these are batting conditions that should suit him. What you want to see is some good shot selection and cricketing shots being played. I think he's at his best when he does that.
And Marco Jansen, just the 6 wickets in the tournament so far, but 3 for 16 in the semi-final against Afghanistan. So starting to hit his straps, starting to feel comfortable at the back end of the tournament, and that's what you want. They're really looking forward to this battle. Rohit Sharma in the 50-over World Cup in Kolkata took the attack to Jansen. He tried to set the tone against the inexperienced left-hander. Will he do the same today, or can Jansen come up with a different plan?
What do you think the lengths will be, Polly? Will he look for swing early doors?
He does. He'll, with this breeze coming across the ground, he should get it to shape into the right hand. You can see he's got a leg slip in place, so he would prefer to be slightly back of a length to Sharma. But he does play that pull shot, Sharma, very well, so he'll be looking for anything that he can latch onto.
Here we go. It's Jansen. Nice sound, and the ball hit the bat. Interesting to see. We've normally seen some two-pace tracks in this tournament. So whether interesting to see if the batsman can hit on the up on the surface and hit through the line. It's a strong breeze blowing across the ground. You see a screen, it's from right to left, so it'll aid the left arm in bringing the ball in. Oh, lovely shot. Just opening the face of the blade, just easing it through the offside. And a first boundary for Virat Kohli.
You touched on the fact that he hasn't been in the best of touch, but that'll be a wonderful delivery to get first up. Juicy, it's with a bit of width on offer as well, just opens the face, and he's off and running is Virat Kohli. Very conscious of trying to get his feet into the right position, wary that the left-hander will be shaping it, targeting the stumps. But he dealt with that one superbly.
Four more, beautifully played off his legs. That was sweet. Again overpitched. And this time the onside boundary.
Yeah, you can't fault Marco Jansen for looking to bowl full early on to find out if the ball is swinging, but by now he should understand what the length needs to be. Maybe a touch too full for 3 deliveries consecutively, so can he pull it back, not short, but maybe on to a good length?
2 good cricketing shots to start off. Balance good. More runs, this time through the offside. He'll get another couple. So it's a good start for India. Already into double figures. And it looks a very good pitch.
Your point's so valid, Bish. You would think the South Africans would have touched on the fact that Virat Kohli hasn't been able to find much form, and that you need to make the start for him as difficult as possible. Well, they haven't done that. It's been genuine half volleys that have been clipped away both offside and leg side. And Virat Kohli will be feeling very comfortable after 3 deliveries. He hasn't had to force the issue. He's already got himself to 10, and he'll feel like his timing and his feet are moving nicely.
Aidan Markram said it looks a dry pitch. See how it behaves as the game progresses.
As it was out there, I was out there. They hope that they've put in enough work, but every time the batter of the strikers and takes off, you're just tapping down the footmarks where they've run on the surface.
Down the ground this time, again overpitched. And another boundary. 3 boundaries in the first over for Kohli. And India off to a flyer, 15 for no loss.
I mentioned the game, South Africa versus India and Kolkata in the 50-over World Cup. I think they got 60 off the first 5 overs. The tone was set, all the damage was done. They've started in a similar vein, 15 from the first of Marco Jansen. Hasn't settled into his length. You can understand he'd be feeling a little bit nervous. He hasn't managed to adapt to the conditions so far.
Well, it's the most expensive opening over of a T20 World Cup final. Mohammad Asif conceded 13 in the 2007 final, which India won. 15 now from Jensen, and spin early doors.
This is a huge moment, Ravi, to see whether there is some purchase. I mean, both teams have got, South Africa got 2, India have got 3. So will there be some turn? Will there be some hold and grip for the spinners? This should tell us.
Oh, that's in the air and will race away to the boundary. Runs coming thick and fast here for India. Just a little bit of width.
That was the critical thing that Maharaj will look to tighten up as he goes through this over. Try to bowl at the stumps with only a long off and a deep mid-wicket in play. There's little margin for error. Great start for India.
Moran's reverse sweep. Intentions clear. Consecutive boundaries for the captain.
Yeah, this is brilliant from Rohit Sharma. I think Maharaj will be conscious with the breeze coming across the ground that maybe the shot over extra cover is the one he might look to execute. So just holding back of a length. But Sharma just quickly, they play so many important games in the RPL and so many important games for India, and they have definitely settled better of the two so far.
And from India's point of view, they'll be happy that without taking risks, they've got the boundaries, which is what you want. I thought there was too much improvising, especially from Kohli earlier in the tournament. When you have the range of shots both these players have, you can play those cricketing shots, just get into good positions, make the bowler bowl to you. That's in the air, taken. He's found the fielder. That's square leg, so against the run of play. This is just what South Africa wanted. They've got a wicket.
Yeah, massive wicket for the South Africans. Rohit Sharma has been a fantastic touch at the back end of this tournament. If they would have picked one platter at the moment to be able to send him back to the dressing room, it probably would have been Sharma. And he started well, 2 good boundaries, then getting down to play the sweep shot, unable, just having to reach for it a touch. Doesn't get over it, and a good catch by Klaasen, low diving to his left. And after not settling well, South Africa, they'll be very happy to have picked up their first. 1.4 overs concluded, 23 for 1. Rohit Sharma, he goes for 9.
.23 for 1. Rishabh Pant has come out to the middle. So after a flying stride, South Africa striking. So 2 men out of the ring at long on and deep mid-wicket for the left-hander. That's a big wicket, in-form player. Sometimes, Paulie, when you're in your first World Cup final, the nerves are jangling. As much as you have ideas in your mind, there will be that tension.
There would have to be. It's a huge wicket because Rohit's given them those fast starts for a lot of the games here.
That's up in the air, they all go up. The umpire's having a chat. Very confident South Africa. Just seeing the body language of Rishabh Pant. He feels not too great.
Yeah, the South Africans believe he's Q-ended it and gone straight up into the air and that they've got their second. This would be another huge moment. Let's have a look upstairs and see.
TV umpire to director, we have an umpire review for bump ball. Front foot, bowler's feet checked, it's a fair delivery. Just spin vision, please. Keep that rolling through, thank you. Okay. Keep it rolling through, just all the way to the catch, thank you. Yeah, thank you. It's clearly not hit the floor there. Thank you. Just take it all the way through to the catch. Copy, thank you. Ready with my decision for the big screen.
So out. Double blow for India. Rohit Sharma first, now Rishabh Pant in the same over. And after 2, India 23 for 2. So Surya Kumar Yadav has come out to the middle. India rocked in that second over. Maharaj picking up a couple of wickets. And in fact, he's got Rishabh Pant out 3 times in 10 balls in T20 cricket. Now here's Rabada. And immediately the length different as he goes sliding.
Yeah, slides into first base, does Kagiso Rabada. And you can see he's up for it, charging in. He's going to have to try and work things out. He has the 2 big moments for the South Africans. They've shown character throughout this whole tournament. When put under pressure, they find a way to bounce back and get back into the contest. And it's Keshav Maharaj this time, who's picked up 2 wickets and just 3 or 4 deliveries. And all of a sudden, the South Africans, after having a nervy start, will be feeling a little bit more comfortable about this encounter.
One thing with South Africa is they field extremely well and catch. So they can come back into the contest at any time. Not just the catching or the ground fielding. They can inflict runouts as well.
No surprise that they've gone to Kagiso Rabada. He is the one man who can hit a length consistently without even thinking about it. Janssen struggled. He was overpitched and gave away a few freebies to be placed away. But if you're asking anyone in the South African lineup, we need to hold the length, we need to be disciplined, we need to try and put our best foot forward, it would be Kagiso Rabada.
Yes, and from Virat Kohli's point of view, it was ideal. Not amongst the runs, you get 3 boundaries. Nice juicy half volley there, then again on middle and leg. Easy pickings for a class player without taking risks. 3 boundaries.
Right, smiling. He's probably thinking to himself, I've struggled to find the middle of the bat for the whole tournament. I walk into the final thinking it might be a difficult contest and I get 3 juicy ones to start off.
I think though it's how he continues, because he really has struggled in the tournament so far. Virat Kohli averaging 10.71.
What you want to see is the way he's batting now, not trying to manufacture shots by giving himself room or stepping down the track. He's got such a range of shots that he can score quickly, do anything loose.
Just something I must bring to the viewers' attention is Andrik Nortje has gone off the ground. He fielded one at Madon that was clipped there by Virat Kohli. I don't know if he's done any damage or maybe just cut a finger or something along those lines. But Ryan Rickleton, the 12th man, has come onto the field and they've sent him off for running repairs, and they'll be hoping that there's nothing wrong with him, because there's not many other options. It's kind of just Aiden Markram as a bowler who could bowl, and no one else to really bowl seam up.
And just too, with the field set for Surya Kumar Yadav, there's a deep fine leg. It's an orthodox sort of field set with the two fielders out and a deep third. So that little pickup shot that he tends to get inside the line and swivel down, he's got to be aware that he's got to hit it a little bit squarer or hit it over the man at fine leg if he goes for it.
That's in the air, an opportunity, no, just over mid-on. He would have had his heart in his mouth there, Surya Kumar. Gets off the mark with a couple. Tidy over that, 3 of it, 26 for 2.
Yeah.
ICC Men's T20 World Cup on Sky Sports, sponsored by Remitly.
See the change of guards, climb Mount Jungfrau, Bedouin the clouds. Put on the Scottish uniform, play the bagpipes, fall in love again on the gondola rise. Oh, we make your dreams come true. Oh, 'cause we bring the world to you.
ICC Men's T20 World Cup on Sky Sports, sponsored by Remitly.
26 for 2. 3 overs have been bowled. India winning the toss in the final, batting first. Drives through the covers. And a good piece of fielding in the deep.
The South Africans, they're on point with regards to their fielders. The two boundary riders, Miller and Stubbs, they are so quick across the ground. They're so committed to the cause, and that was brilliant from David Miller. Beautiful shot, given some air well outside off stump, and he controls it nicely, does Kohli. Places it. Miller comes in and prevents the boundary.
Yeah, better line this. Targeting the stumps. He's got to get onto that middle and off area.
Yeah, he'll know Virat Kohli is not a big sweeper. So the line to approach is that middle stump line. He's not going to get down and sweep it invariably. And I think that's a much better line. Don't open up the offside.
Nokia there. All eyes will be on him. South Africa need him out there to bowl. Short. This time put away to the fence.
Not a great delivery. The delivery just before he bowled that, the slip came out and went into extra cover. So the offside field was a little bit more packed. You can't bowl that length. It wasn't deliberate with that line. Bad delivery.
That's where he's got to go. Middle and leg. It's got a deep mid-wicket as well. Nicely punched. Ample time to rock back and find the gap. Six of the over, 32 for 2.
It's a lovely difference too between the length that Rabada bowled, I think Sean you talked about it, and the length that Jansen bowled in his first over. It's chalk and cheese. The ball, more so here, the numbers tell you the ball doesn't swing for as long as it might do at other venues. He's been very good, Aiden Markram, very, very good in his captaincy and leadership.
Which we got in our stats pack about the least amount of movement off the surface, least amount of movement through the air. So it is a difficult place for bowlers if the surface is good and coming on. And the control of length is going to be key.
Surya Kumar Yadav, he likes batting against this opposition. In the last 6 matches, he's got 5 half centuries, and the last match getting 100. South Africa will be fully aware of that.
I was interested in a point that you made this morning with your experience back in '83 with playing that World Cup final against the West Indies. West Indies had won 2 World Cups before, and India came in as the underdogs. But you said to guard against certain things, one of which is complacency. And India, obviously, both teams have not lost a game, but India have performed statistically better. It does not take South Africa out of the game because of exactly what you said.
That's in the air. Taken in the deep. Third wicket goes down. And look at Rabada. He's thrilled to bits. This is a massive blow because Surya Kumar Yadav has an excellent record against South Africa. He's been dismissed.
It is huge, Ravi. Massive. The wind was going in that direction. Surya Kumar, you always kind of wait to see when he's going to pull the trigger. He goes after Rabada, trying to get underneath it, trying to get it in on the wind, but unable to get it far enough. You can see how ecstatic Klaasen is there after taking that catch. They know how dangerous he can be. Rabada's off and celebrating, and this is really good from the South Africans. They have bounced back brilliantly. They've got their third. Surya goes for 3, 34 for 3.
So India rocked early. As many as 5 boundaries in the first 8 balls, 9 balls. And then now 34 for 3. 23 in no time, in 1.4 overs. They've lost 3 wickets for just 11 runs. Akshar Patel has got a promotion. He's come out there at number 5. He has to steady the ship.
Touch on that wicket again, and I mentioned 2 overs ago that with Sky at the crease, you have the deep fine leg, and he's got to hit it squarer because that is his pet shot. It's smart captaincy, good bowling, good field set, and it brought the wicket.
That's on middle and leg, put away. Just reaching the boundary. He'll be disappointed, Rabada. First ball, over pitch, middle and leg.
Yeah, he will be, Ravi. They've got a slip in place. They'll be thinking about the outside edge, a tight line. And he's been so good so far as Rabada that was a little bit of a freebie. Just too straight, almost still on the right-hander's line. And the bounce does for Stubbs, goes over his right arm.
He's a confident young man now, Akshar Patel. I think he's come to grips as to how good he is. Understands his game a lot better. Got a smart cricketing brain. He's bowled brilliantly in this tournament. Got useful runs as well. Misfield. Yes, the single. So 7 runs in that over and a wicket after 5. It's 39 for 3.
ICC Men's T20 World Cup on Sky Sports, sponsored by Remitly.
Untangle yourself from your parents.
Maz has been kidnapped.
Purify.
Nazi!
And start again.
The action doesn't stop.
They're loving the competition, and so are we.
This July on Sky Sports.
ICC Men's T20 World Cup on Sky Sports, sponsored by Remitly.
Just 5 overs gone. We're not short of action, are we? 39 for 3 India. And here's more changes. Aidan Markram has the ball. There's a festive spirit around Bridgetown, Barbados today, and why not? It's the final of the T20 World Cup. Says something, the spin from the Malcolm Marshall end. First 8 balls, 5 boundaries, then suddenly 3 wickets, couple of great catches, few nerves jangling. We've had it all in the first 5 overs. Very good morning to Ian Smith and Ricky Ponting.
Morning, Harsha. Morning, Ian. Morning, all. Yes, momentum has changed and changed quickly. South Africa now up and about, bringing the bowling changes. Has to be said, it looks like a pretty good batting wicket. Looks like the ball's coming on reasonably nice. There's been a hint of spin. Maharaj, who picked up those 2 crucial wickets in his first over.
And India's umbrella batter. Every time the going stuff, it gets too hot, send out Akshar Patel, he's in.
No!
Hey, what else is different? It's a different Virat Kohli out there. He was throwing his bat at everything. He's playing much closer to his body.
He has to, Harsha, now, because it's about him, really. He has to manufacture an innings here, and he has to get India through to something like they were hoping for when they won the toss. Of course, those 3 setbacks will have adjusted their sights ever so slightly, but so often in the past they've relied on Virat Kohli. Well, no bigger stage than this for him to have to front up again.
I got the impressions of the earlier games. He was almost in a hurry, throwing his bat at everything. This is slightly more vintage Kohli.
I thought because Rohit Sharma had played so well throughout this tournament, he felt like he had to match him at the other end, and he didn't really have to. And now that Rohit's gone early, it's just a whole new ball game for Virat. He just has to sit back and think, this is on me. I'm in. I know what's going on.
Yeah, I think the other thing to remember coming into the tournament was there was a bit of negativity around about Virat's strike rate. So maybe just that added pressure of that, him himself feeling that he had to do something that he's not that comfortable doing. Big moments require big players and big efforts, and that's what he's got ahead of him right now.
The power play is done. It's 45 for 3, and you've got to say the power plays belong to South Africa. A couple of grim faces there in that Indian dressing room. These two were also teams that finished 1 and 2 in the 50-over World Cup. They've been the 2 best teams here. But it's such a big day for both of them. South Africa, first time in the final. India haven't won a big final since 2013, the Champions Trophy. Right, Henrik Nokia comes on. How good has he been in this tournament? He's bowled fast, he's bowled straight.
And this is the 7th over, Harsha. And Aidan Markram has already used 5 bowlers, including himself, which is interesting in itself. Having got 3 wickets, you thought he might have settled into something a little bit more, I don't know, predictable, but it's not. It's anything but. He just keeps throwing these different options at India.
The thing about this contest is there's 2 very good captains, Rohit Sharma and Aidan Markram. Everything happened in the power play. See, if you miss the 6 overs, you almost missed a movie. Virat Kohli, elegant as ever with the first 3 boundaries of Marco Janssen's over. Then Rohit Sharma picking up his 2 boundaries. Klaasen with the catch. Little top edge for Rishabh Pant. Then Surya Kumar Yadav. Hard in his mouth a couple of occasions before that. Rabada with the wicket.
Yeah, straight away that pace is up from Nortje. It's 141 kilometres an hour. They've used him really smartly, I think, through this World Cup. They've used him outside of the power plays, generally bowled the 7th or the 8th over. He's run in and bowled fast. He's used his short balls really well. That's what he has done.
It's a great plus for South Africa that he's rediscovered his form, Ricky. Both of us saw him through the summer months in India, and he looked very rusty. He was just coming out of injury, but that actually might have helped because he's close to, if not back at his best. It's a great contest.
He's spot on. Harsha was with me obviously at the Delhi Capitals, and he was coming off that groin sort of lower back issue that he had, and he was a little bit short of a gallop, no doubt about it. His pace wasn't where it is now. His pace was sort of in the mid 130s, and the fact that he didn't play meant he had about a month to actually refine and work on his action, get some speed back into his run up, start trusting his body again. We've seen him pushing the 150 kilometre an hour barrier in this World Cup.
What they've done cleverly, especially on these surfaces, is because Keshav Maharaj is giving them a couple of overs, they've been able to bowl Nortje where he likes to bowl, which is just after their power play. 48 for 3 now. We're coming to the end of the 7th. I think Kohli will relish this challenge. There's one thing Kohli loves, it's a challenge. It's saying, look, I'll show you I can play. He's done that over the years, right? Square leg. Mid-wicket's dropped back on the boundary. There's a square leg too. Four of that first over from Hendrik Nortje, 49 for 3.
ICC Men's T20 World Cup on Sky Sports, sponsored by Remitly.
Breaking news. Duracell, the official partner of Williams Racing.
It's time for a power boost. I gotta train harder. Whoa! Power boost activated. Try Duracell Optimum for the next level of power.
ICC Men's T20 World Cup on Sky Sports, sponsored by Remitly.
Suryakumar Yadav so good in that semi-final. Both gone. Rishabh Pant's had an iffy tournament, out without scoring today.
This Axar Patel move is an interesting one for me. You might have thought right-hand, left-hand combination because they've got Dubé sitting in the hut. So I wonder at what stage India thought that they would bat him this high in the order, or whether they were influenced by the fall of those wickets.
They've done it before, so maybe he was just there, ready. Had a couple of wickets fall. Ricky, I know you wanted him actually to come out a little earlier.
Yeah, well, earlier in the tournament, Harsha, they did use him at number 4, actually, I think to almost shelter and protect Suryakumar from that new ball. Trying to have Suryakumar and Dubé operating against the spinners through the middle of the innings. They decided not to today. Surya's in nice and early, and unfortunately for them, he's back in the hutch.
Ryan gets hold of it, just over for 6. I don't think it was just the batter and the bowler who had their hearts in their mouth. Everybody at the stadium did.
Well, he's sitting with the benefit of the breeze there, but he didn't time it perfectly, and so he just sat on his haunches as he played the shot. He didn't bother thinking about running. He knew it was 6 or out. It's as simple as that. Didn't really turn. He didn't time it to perfection. Didn't get the elevation, but just enough. And he's been a magnet already in this game, Klaasen.
Also batted number 5 in the game against Pakistan in Melbourne when India lost early wickets. The thing is, he's not a number 8. He's perfectly capable of batting anywhere in the order, and that's a big plus for India. Just drags it down a little bit, and it's a single. The things we measure these days, we're measuring decibel levels, the loudest roar of the day.
One thing I wish we could measure there was Axar Patel's heart rate when that left the bat, because that would have been more than 117.
Kohli settling in here. Kohli's realized that's the kind of innings he needs to play. 8 overs gone, 59 for 3.
Well, what he also knows is due to their rocket start, they're still 7 and over, which is not too bad. I think if they get 140 plus with their bowling attack, field well, that'll set South Africa a real challenge, but they've got to get there, and Kohli's fully aware of that. No point bailing out at 110, 120 in a final. It just takes so much off in terms of that extra fielder, scoreboard pressure.
One thing you always get in the Caribbean, and something I'll be honest, we've waited for in this tournament, is this kind of atmosphere. It's not the biggest ground in the world, and it's nice, it's cozy, everyone's come in, they're enjoying themselves. Both flags being waved, the local flags too. It's early in the morning for a T20 game, but it's still a good start. Ricky, you wouldn't be there in the cricket match, no. Back with Maharaj.
Yeah, Maharaj back. Interesting to see KG Rabada move from 45 to mid-wicket. That's because they understand that Kohli is not a big sweeper. They're leaving that option open for him. This is an interesting move as well, I think, Maharaj from this end. That means that Akshar Patel will be slog sweeping the ball into the breeze. The shot that he does like to play. Saw that couple of examples last over.
We hardly ever played the slog sweep, but towards the end of this year's IPL, we saw Kohli pull that slog sweep out. I'm not sure he's going to play it in this situation today. There is a man out just in front of square, though. One at backward square, one at long on, 2 others on the off, point and long off. And that's more the game we'll see for a while.
Yeah, I think that what that means, though, with Kohli playing the way that he is all the scoring pressure is going to come on to Akshar Patel. It's 19 from his 14 deliveries, obviously his first 6 in the last over, but he knows he's going to be one to take the spin on.
And he does. And he connects. And he connects long. Thumbs up from his partner. It's working well at the moment for India.
Well, there's the slog sweep I was talking about, and that one did find the middle of the bat. That's gone a long way back over deep mid-wicket into the breeze.
Not sure about the actual field placing of the deep mid-wicket. I think he's too square. I think if they look at the angle where he hit the previous 6, it was a lot straighter, and that is the angle there. Okay, it would have cleared a fielder anyway. On any ground, he hit it that well. Just felt that perhaps he was a little bit too square, the mid-wicket, and maybe had to go around a little bit further.
Length is crucial to Akshar Patel. You can't give him those step hit type deliveries. As I said, he does slog sweep. He also likes to hit straight back down the ground. So Maharaj has got to be challenging the top of the stumps. Try and force the batsman back, make him play you off the back foot.
Nine of the over, India clawing back. 9 gone, 68 for 3.
That was struck absolutely purely. The elevation was good, but the distance just took everything out of play. It took the conditions, it took the wind out of play. That kind of shot that brings India back into it. I'm waiting for Shamsi, and I don't have to wait any longer. 6 bowls inside the first 10 overs.
He's a character, Tabraiz Shamsi. He's also a very good bowler. He's got the right hander. Kohli started off like a train. He's now realized he needs to play a different kind of innings. He's 31 of 26. That's a wide. And the key for India is, as they assess the conditions, Smithy might have just thrown in a 140 a little while ago. Is this a 140? Is this a 160?
As I said, 7.67 runs per over. I mean, 8 and over from here gets them 157. Wickets in hand, they'll do that. I think they'll do. I think, as Ricky pointed out, it's a pretty good batting surface.
You guys are playing the fantasy game as everyone does. Overall leaderboard, Rashid Khan. What a tournament he had, Rashid Khan, carrying his Afghanistan side up. Support from Fazalak Farooqi, Marcus Stoinis, Rishad Hussain, the leggy from Bangladesh, and Hardik Pandya. Probably due in next, maybe him or Dubey.
So Ricky, as a top order player, we're just about to finish the 10th over where we have a bit of a breather and everyone comes out and has a chat. You think I've got a number in mind? Do you think Coley right now has a number in mind halfway through?
Absolutely, he should have. He's the one that's been out there for the longest period of time. Obviously, he's faced 27 balls. He'll have a good feel for the surface. I think they're talking 150, 160 at least from here.
Smith, you have no idea what you just said. Did you say 157? T20 World Cup 2007, the last time India won a T20 World Cup with 157 in the final. The other thing is, seeing Virat Kohli, now you've seen the umpire, they're very worried about something in the follow-through.
It's a good start this from Shamsi. The length has been good. Good control of his paces there as well. 85, 86, that one's pushed up to 89 kilometres an hour. Unusual action. Ball always comes over his hand quite flat. Trajectory for the batsman is always looking like it's going into the wicket.
It's not always that you get to see two wrist spinners in this game. Shamsi and Kuldeep, and both bowling well. He's a fielder, he might come back for a second. He'll back himself, he's quick. But he had to be quick. He had to be quick. The throw was good. I think he might have underestimated it a little bit.
Tell you what, a direct hit or anything slightly closer, I reckon he was struggling. He just jogged, then he kicked into gear there, then he pushed it and really pushed it there.
Brings out that shot as he found the gap. The fielding is excellent as always from South Africa. They'll come back for two. But this time, Akshar was the one who had to put in that big sprint at the end. It's all happening. It's 75 for 3 after 10. Both sides have thrown punches as they look back at what happened over a drink.
ICC Men's T20 World Cup on Sky Sports, sponsored by Remitly.
Distant world. Darkness marched ever closer. In the hour of reckoning, you stood as one. And all the while, you were vacuuming. Audible. There's more to imagine when you listen.
Allianz Car and Home Insurance. Get your quote today at allianz.co.uk.
ICC Men's T20 World Cup on Sky Sports, sponsored by Remitly.
Oval for this heavyweight clash. It's the halfway stage. India fighting back 75 for 3, having been 34 for 3. Time for a magic moment from earlier in the tournament.
Chipped, mid-off. Will he get there? I think he has, you know. Running backwards, diving over his shoulder. One of the hardest catches you'll take. And it is the skipper.
A game-changing catch from Aidan Markram early in the tournament against England. It changed the course of the end of that game. South Africa winning took them to the top of the standings and, of course, pole position for the semi-finals. But we're right here. The first time ever for a senior men's South African team in a World Cup final. 15 off the first over and then 29 for 3 for the 5 overs in that power play. Good fight back this. Kohli and Aksha, a partnership of 41 from 34. Maharaj was absolutely brilliant that second over. Janssen back. That's in the air and it will fall short. A good stop on the boundary by Kagiso Rabada.
Yeah, it just spun on him actually, so he did well. Now, whether they're targeting Janssen or at the drinks, Rahul Dravid was out there at drinks, and whether he said, right, Virat, you continue as you are. If anyone's going to take a risk, it's going to be you, Akshar Patel. First ball after drinks. It's a real hack from him. Slower ball, and he was trying to belt it out of Bridgetown.
He's been really good, Akshar Patel, so far in the tournament. A bit like a Swiss Army knife. Whatever he's been exposed to, he's been really effective. Bat, ball, or on the field. He's had a great tournament. Virat Kohli, something all of us have asked for. Absorb pressure, play it your way, Virat Kohli, and that's what he's done so far. He's got work to do.
Well, this will be the challenge for Marco Janssen. A poor first over, comes back to bowl against one of the best batters in the world, a World Cup final. The pressure couldn't be bigger. Oh, look at that power play, 45 for 3. Sharma, Pant, massive wickets. India doing really well in the next 3.
Janssen in his first over was very full.
An incredible atmosphere at iconic Kensington Oval. The feeling out there, just standing pitch side and watching both sets of fans. Day of destiny, expectations from both nations, riding high. What a day to be here. There's a definite change of tempo after the drinks break.
Janssen in his first over was really full. Even though there wasn't swing, he was searching for it, and hence he went right in the slot for Virat Kohli. Went for 3 boundaries, 15 runs, the most expensive first over in the World Cup. And then you did see how well Rabada backed it up. Virat Kohli hurried for pace there, the bounce as well, getting it. Those are the lengths that we're speaking about. Try and stay between 6 and 8 generally, but you could see Janssen trying for swing there when he didn't get still between the 4 and 6 meter mark, what they call the slot. And then there's Rabada, who came about and just hit the right length and used his space as well, the variation, getting Surya Kumar Yadav.
Called.
What do you think, Nas? What do you think India should be targeting right now?
Well, the past score batting first in day games here in history, not just in this tournament, was 160. It looks a good surface, but in a final, if you can just get above par, and say over to you, South Africa, who have a bit of history chasing, who've not been in a final in a men's competition, so just get above par, 160, 170. Let's say 170. Target 170. That's what they got against England, and that was enough. 82 for 3.
Sawdust being applied to bowler's run-up. The partnership is 48 from 41, and South Africa need a breakthrough here. Kohli 39 from 32, but Akshar Patel brought up the order ahead of Shivam Dube and Hardik Pandya. The first 6 of the match in the 8th over, and he's certainly shown some good intent. Shamsi, 2 Player of the Match awards in this competition so far.
Virat Kohli's already got 1 slog sweep out, hitting slightly into the breeze. That would be his go-to shot, the slog sweep. Got to be careful with the bounce that Shamsi can get. Being a wrist spinner, he can bowl some overspin and get bounce.
One shot that Virat Kohli really targeted a lot during the final stages of the IPL, and something that he's not played much so far is the slog sweep, and he got it right. But here, when he's playing Shamsi, he will be tempted to play that shot, but he's going to be hitting it into the breeze. Now with that, you need to be careful.
As opposed to Akshar Patel now is hitting down breeze if he wants to play that slog sweep.
Absolutely. On cue, Nas. What a tournament Akshar Patel has had. Effective with the bat. Did a couple of important innings. One against Pakistan, even against England, the 6 that he got. And today as well, coming in much earlier than what he's used to, but played well so far.
50-run partnership up. Akshar Patel. Excellent catch, bowling so well in the semi-finals, and now standing up with the bat.
That's exactly what Nasser was speaking about. Hit with the wind, Akshar, is what he's telling. And when it's Virat's turn, just be a little wary. I can promise you Akshar is going to target the slog sweep.
3 singles from the over, 2 balls to go. He goes big, and it's 6 runs. Third 6 from Akshar Patel.
Yeah, it's Rabada out there. He was wide, maybe because of the slog sweep we've been talking about, and it was so full that Akshar in the end ended up hitting it flat and straighter. Originally he was going mid-wicket, it ended up going mid-on, and Rabada tried to get his hand on that flat 6. Really good cameo this from Akshar Patel.
He goes again, up and over. Think of a second. Good running this from India. Great impetus to the innings, 93 for 3.
ICC Men's T20 World Cup on Sky Sports, sponsored by Remitly.
Sky Sports just got even better with 50% more in 2024. Introducing Sky Sports Plus, all as part of your subscription.
There's no way we can convince anyone we actually like each other.
They're going to ruin our wedding.
Sorry.
Anyone But You, available Friday on Sky Cinema.
ICC Men's T20 World Cup on Sky Sports, sponsored by Remitly.
29 from 47. How well they've recovered this for India.
Oh, it's been really good. India, I thought, missed a trick by sending Akshar Patel not ahead of Surya, but they waited. I hope they're thinking of sending Hardik Pandya in next.
Whipped away for a single. Right, let's head out and about with Carlos Brathwaite for some insights from down below.
It's been a fantastic day so far at Kensington Oval, and I heard a lot of reference about the wind, and that is an example of how strong the wind is. And if we look at square on, Akshar Patel is hitting into that breeze to his leg side, so we can expect that the length would be into the wicket, probably chest waist height, asking him to pull into a very heavy breeze.
Uses the feet, just a single.
And it is a feature of most Caribbean grounds. If we look to the Pakistan, there's a lot of colour, but there's also a lot of wind coming through the grandstand and the Pakistan and heading all the way across the ground. So if you have ball in hand, much like South Africa have been doing so well, ask your players to force the batters to hit into this wind. Sensational again from Anrich Nortje. He's been fantastic in his 2 overs so far. He's been really disciplined. He has high pace, and he's asking the players, how good are you? We saw Akshar Patel take on the spinner from this end into the stand. Well played, but how consistently can you do it? And how successful can you be if you do that consistently? That is the question that the South African bowlers need to ask, especially from this end.
Thank you, Carlos. Of course, a local boy, he'll know all about the conditions here.
Who better? We all remember his last 3 sixes that he hit against England. It's been good so far. India have just found a way to claw back in the game, the partnership that they needed. 60 is what they've got right now. 62 to be precise. That's Nokia trying to make Akshar hit into the offside. Doesn't have too much protection over the mid-off area.
Bowl that again.
Yeah, there is the option though for Akshar Patel. He knows what's coming. There is the option to stay leg side, flay over the offside. He doesn't have to pull and hook, as Carlos mentioned, into that breeze. Anrich Nortje just has to watch his feet as well.
One thing India has been really good at in this tournament is how well they've used the death overs. They've gone really hard and played some good shots, sometimes into the wind as well. So they'll back themselves to get 80 runs here in the last 7 rather.
He's trying to run that down. 25th dot ball.
A couple of bowlers in the South African ranks who prefer bowling with the new ball. So back end they will be looking to get those big runs, but this partnership is what has gotten them into a good position. You can see the speeds of Nokia consistently above 140. It tells you he's in good rhythm.
Couple of singles and a wide, 98 for 3.
Nas, do you think that Akshar could have been sent ahead of Sky today?
Yeah, I think it was a real option, to be honest, but looking now, Akshar's done very well, 40 of 29. But these are the sort of overs and situations that you'd love Sky to be in there. Akshar Patel 40, Kohli 43. It'll actually be Kohli. When will Kohli, with that batting to come, when will Kohli say, right, we've both got to go now? He will judge that. He will judge the conditions and the pitch, and he will work out when he's got to put his foot to the pedal as well.
Right, Rabada back 1 for 10 in 2 overs, bowling to Akshar. He goes big and handsome. 100 up for India in style.
Just watch the technique here of Akshar Patel. Just watch how he holds his body shape. This game is about power hitting, and he just holds his shape perfectly. Bang. Bang. It was up, it was off. He is striking it beautifully.
What a tournament he's had. There were a few questions him coming into the team, but he has proved all his naysayers wrong. He's had the tournament of his life. What a World Cup. You could argue that he came in as Jadeja's understudy, but when they take the flight back home, he's definitely not an understudy. He's been way better than that. As I said before, a bit like a Swiss Army knife, very versatile.
Akshar on 46.
Had many things covered, many things assessed, and here we go. Has to be the biggest row for today. Just went past the 6th that he hit himself, 119 decibels.
Most of that was from you, DK, up here.
I can tell you, I was pitch side during the national anthems, and there was such an incredible atmosphere. You can just imagine India going well, a sea of blue, both batters in the 40s, well set. A partnership of 71 from 56. 7 from the first 2 deliveries. Can Rabada do something special here?
Speaking about what makes India good at the death overs, and there's one man who's done real well in this tournament. Came in with a lot of pressure. Just have a look. Irrespective of which way the wind blows, he backs himself to hit a 6. And that's a great skill to have. People have been very wary of hitting into the wind, but not Hardik Pandya. And I'll tell you why. He's probably hit the flattest 6s so far in this tournament.
Well, that's very close to being out. We'll have a look at the overthrows. They'll go away, but I think Quinton de Kock has done brilliantly there. We're going to have a look. But Quinton, you can tell from his body language, he thinks he's pulled off something brilliant.
At the bowler's end, have your best side on angle, please. Okay, just take that back 1 frame, please. Take it back 1 frame. And forwards, forwards, forwards. Freeze that there. Thank you. Direct hit, back short of the ground. Ready with my decision for the big screen.
Well, he was playing brilliantly, wasn't he, Akshar Patel? Well, that is outstanding work from Quinton de Kock. So aware of the game situation, of everything that was going on around him. And Akshar Patel has been run out. That is a massive moment. He was playing beautifully. 106 for 4.
Own the big moments, and Quinton de Kock has done exactly that, bringing Shivam Dube out to the middle for India. A massive moment in the game. The partnership was rocking on. Now India to rebuild again.
Yeah, we've seen one against South Africa in this tournament. Jos Buttler at St. Lucia ran out to Heinrich Klaassen, and it was very similar to this, awareness of what was going on at the other end. Akshar Patel wanted a single. He turned slowly. 3 stumps to aim at. Wicketkeeper from 40 yards away. Brilliant.
That's not good enough. That's not good enough from Akshar there. He knows he was lazy in turning back, expected the throw not to come, but it was too late. He was so far away, and I'm sure he's regretting it inside.
And turn the other way. You obviously can't run in the way of the ball because you'll be given out, but just turn the other way.
Intent shown straight away by Dubé. Mid on, mid off, up, wants to go over the infield. You speak to any coach who's won many tournaments, and the one thing they tell you, the bigger the game, get your basics right. Don't do anything silly, don't do anything different. And Akshar Patel will know that that was a moment where he could have really teed off from there, closing in on his 50, batting beautifully, hitting with the wind, but missing that moment to do something special.
Ten from the over and a wicket, 108 for 4.
That will now concern Virat Kohli, because while Akshar Patel was playing so well, Kohli could just play second fiddle, but Dubé may come in and use up some deliveries. We look at the run out again. That was sloppy. Not from him. Not from him.
ICC Men's T20 World Cup Final 2024. We've had all eyes on the weather. It's been kind to us so far. 6 overs to go in India's innings. And a timely breakthrough for South Africa. How does Aiden Markram go about managing his bowlers now?
Yeah, he's done the first right thing, which is to bring Marco Jansen and tempt Shivam Dubé to hit into the wind. Nas, I just want to tell you that most of the wicket keepers have had a good time with the glove. It's just you who gives me grief.
He goes big, does Dubé, and into the crowd for 6.
Here we go, Shivam Dubé. From ball 1, I think the plan when sending him in was you go after the bowlers. Just give Virat Kohli his space. He'll get there at the end when we need him the most. And from ball 1, he's shown intent. Missed a couple of balls, but this one in the slot. Goes straight downtown. Didn't need the wind to help him. Very good batting this.
Yeah, spot on, DK. He can't be chewing up deliveries with Kohli at the other end, and that has just been belted in what is his 3rd delivery. He's going to take the attacking option. They have to. Jansen really has to change his length. He's been too full in this final. Yeah, hit that over long on for 6.
The one area that Shivam Dubé is really good at is going downtown. Majorly picked because how he could hit the spinners down the ground. And here's his opportunity. Not had the best of tournaments, got going against USA, but post that it's been very minimal. Today's his opportunity to become a hero. 1 billion people await to see what India can do today. It's been a great game so far.
About 60 million back home in South Africa.
The one thing that Virat Kohli has not done that well this tournament is how he's lost balance sometimes while playing some of the shots that he's played to get out. And you can see his back foot always in the air, or he's moving, and that also tells you about the lack of pace in the pitch. Today, he's not stepped out or he stepped away. He's just stood his ground, stayed as balanced as possible and batted so far. Very unlike Kohli this. When you think of Virat Kohli, you associate balance with him, a bit like Sachin Tendulkar. But in this tournament, at times, because the ball's not come on to him, he's just lost, as they call in cricketing jargon, lost his shape a bit.
Having a look on the leg side is Kohli.
Very good, DK. He has got great balance. There was obviously that great shot he played off Harris Ralph in the final over the MCG. There was a shot of Chris Wokes that he played in a one-day international. It may have been luck now, a long time ago. He almost just flat bats it on the up past the bowler. They need him now. This is in the balance, this game, right in the balance. South Africa will be thrilled, but they know the danger in the middle and the danger to come.
Into some space. 9 from the over. 1 ball to go in the 15th.
Also, as well as Kohli's batted so far, a lot of credit to the South African bowlers as well. They haven't given it easy to him. Even now, after playing 42 balls, the pitch is hard to hit on. You bowl slow once into the pitch, it's hard to time a ball. And they've understood that Virat Kohli is not very comfortable playing the short ball so far. Tells you the pitch is not the easiest to bat on. It was much better. We heard Ricky speak about it. As the game has progressed and the ball's gotten older, it's gotten tougher.
Good use of the feet, but just a single. 118 for 4.
ICC Men's T20 World Cup on Sky Sports, sponsored by Remitly.
Visit your local Pepe's or order home delivery. Succulent flame grilled chicken in 6 tasty flavors with over 190 stores. And we're in Dubai. Love fresh, love tasty. Order Pepe's.
ICC Men's T20 World Cup on Sky Sports, sponsored by Remitly.
Five overs to go, 118 for 4. Samshi. Shivam Dubey has come out. He's shown his intentions, but I think this is the over where he looked to target Samshi.
Yeah, it's pretty much been his role, hasn't it, Ravi, since he's been back in this Indian team. He's in the middle order to take on the spin when it comes. This is a big over in the game, I think.
Likes to go down the ground more often than not. Oh, beautifully bowled. Some turn there.
Now this is a peach from Shamsi. Sticking to his guns and landing the ball on a good length. Dubey's feet not going anywhere. Possibly expecting him to run down. Dubey wants to get on with things. Still managing to land ball in the right place.
Again, well bowled. Foolish length, not allowing him to get underneath it.
And that's the sort of length that he's after. He's very much a step hit batsman is Shivam Dubey. Trajectory's vital here for Shamsi. Got to keep the trajectory under the eyes of the batsman, try and force Kohli back.
Finding the fielders at the moment. It's a good over so far. 3 singles in the over, 2 balls to go. So something has to give here. It's going to be a big shot or an opportunity for South Africa as well.
You're right, Ricky, and Dubey's not the kind of player that's going to run down the wicket to Shamsi. He's going to stand, put his foot down the pitch and try and smash it. But with wrist spin, you're never quite sure which way it's going to turn. Just like that.
Swings. Flat. That was hit really hard.
Yeah, incredible power this by Shivam Dubey. He's a strong man. He doesn't need to run down the pitch and create power. He's pretty tall too, so you see there that foot goes down the wicket. Good swing. Powerful man, powerful bat. Flat 6.
Eight of the over. It's 126 for 4. $126 for 4. 4 overs to go. This game in the balance. And what do you reckon, Ricky? What's what sort of score South Africa will be happy with.
Well, 10 runs and over gets them to 166. I think they're capable of that. It looks like a good wicket. There's just been a hint of spin. Seems to have come onto the bat nicely for the faster bowlers.
And this is an area where the Proteas in South Africa will be tested. On all the pitches that they've played on so far, the pitches have been slightly difficult to bat on. It means that their bowlers have been able to just run in, hold length, keep things real simple. Today, we've got a flat track, not a blade of grass on it. It's a good wicket. They might be called upon to use some of their skills, their Yorkers, their wide Yorkers, their change of pace. Are they able to do that?
Just a single.
A slight change of pace there from Nortje. It's 130 kilometres an hour. Been a plan of theirs, or a ploy of theirs, right through this World Cup, actually. Look back at the way that he's used his quicks. They've tended to operate with both their straight men up inside the circle. 3 men deep on the leg side, like they've got again now. Deep mid-wicket, deep backward square and fine leg. And they'll challenge Dubé with the short ball and hitting back into the breeze.
Well, it's also the time now for Virat Kohli to think of looking for the big shot as well. There's still Hardik Pandya, Jadeja to come. So there is batting. India will be looking for at least 165, 170 from here.
Well, this is good, particularly good from South Africa. There's some of that execution you're talking about, Dale. Working through the gears in this over. Anrich Nortje up to 147 kilometres an hour. Kohli needs to find defence. It's the 4 boundaries to his name so far, and 3 of those came up in the first over. In fact, his last boundary, he struck in the 4th over of the game. Needs to really put the foot down now.
That single, 50 for Kohli, his first of this year's World Cup. And his presence in the middle now, very important from India's point of view. He'll have to look to shift gears. He's held the innings together here, but now there has to be a shift.
Yeah, it's a good knock, Virat Kohli, but it is a knock there. You feel if you faced 48 balls, you almost want him to get on with the job now. A couple left-handers just come, guys that can hit the ball out of the ground.
That's a fine shot for 4. Just opening the face of the blade, making room and finding the boundary. So 8 of the over, 134 for 4.
Yeah, it's a good shot, Ravi. It's a good call, but it's also smart. He's actually just giving himself a little bit of room outside leg stump to try and hit the ball on the breeze. They wanted to challenge Dubé to play the pull shot out to the leg side. Stays inside the line, hits the ball late, knows where the gap is. Much needed boundary for India.
So 3 overs to go. What do you reckon, Dale? Rabada bowling this one.
Yeah, I think it would be Rabada, and then it's a real call for Aiden Markram, whether he goes Janssen or he throws caution to the wind and bowls potentially Shamsi. Janssen hasn't particularly been good in death for the last few years, and today he's just missed his length a little bit, but it could well work in his favour sometimes. Teams want to take you on. They expect better of you. You miss your length and they go straight up in the air. It's happened many times before.
So here's Rabada. That's in the air. Clears long gone. So first 6 for Kohli.
Well, it's exactly what he and his team needs. He got the fuller length. Didn't quite get it right in the middle of the bat, but got it good enough to carry long over, deep long on. His first 6.
Yes, good start to the over. Now, if India is smart here, they should convert this into a 10+ over. Well, he's got the license now to go for it with just 3 overs remaining. Good Yorker, 2 is the call. Kohli's quick, as is Dubey. This is what he'll be looking for every over, Virat Kohli. A big shot and then run hard. Get those 12s, 13s. He's at his best when he's just holding his shape. Pulled away, nice placement, another boundary, just using the pace.
Yeah, Virat Kohli's been out there for 51 deliveries now, and the off pace is a good option this by Rabai, but it's almost too slow and almost too straight onto the body. And when somebody's been out there for half the innings, facing half the innings' deliveries, I should say, it's not going to miss out. Rolled his wrist nicely on it. And Kohli's just getting a get-go right now.
And it's good awareness of the field as well. There's deep square leg, there's deep mid-wicket. So he knew he had to get it fine, which meant he played it late and found the boundary. So good over so far, 12 coming off it, still 3 to go.
It's nicely bowled again from Abada, following Kohli outside his leg stump. It's the first ball of the over, launched high and hard down the ground. 115 decibels on that one. The crowd went wild. Dubey back on strike. Third man stays up inside the circle, got a deep backward point, deep extra cover. Gives him the option to bowl wide. Shivam Dubey, try and get out of that arc that he's got. He's a big, tall man, long levers. Get off, might be making his way up inside the circle.
What you don't want is to miss length with Shivam Dubey, because don't get that Yorker right, and it's in his arc, he'll hit you down the ground. He'll be looking for that offside, mid-off up, extra cover up in the ring. Wide will be signalled.
Yeah, this is what I was talking about early on. Just these small skills, the wide Yorker, the straight Yorker, the slower balls. South Africans haven't had to do a lot of that in the build-up to this final. They've played on some pretty difficult wickets for the batters to bat on and kept things simple. But right now they have to execute.
It's good delivery, right up. So India pushing towards 170. That's the 6 from Kohli. So when the balance is good, that's when his execution is at his best. Again, good delivery right up in the block hole. But a good over for India. 16 coming off it, and the 150 comes up for the loss of 4. So 150 for 4. 2 overs to go. So it's Jansen He's not gone to Shamsi, he's gone to Marco Jansen. Which means Nokia will bowl the last over.
Shamsi from third comes up inside the circle, as does fine leg Rabada. They've got a deep backward point, similar field, gives him the option to bowl that wide line Yorker if he wants.
He's done exactly that. He's looking for those wide lines. They've gone up. Jansen feels he's heard a noise. They've gone for a review.
Down, take it down. Illy, we have a no ball. Repeat, no ball.
In fact, he's gone up and it turns out it's a no ball. So free hit. Well, Virat Kohli walked up to Quinton de Kock. They might have just nicked this. All you know, but a big no ball. Oh, just what India want, what South Africa don't want. This could allow India to get away if he connects here.
Was there any bat on this? Didn't appear to be. Might have just clipped the wicket with the inside edge of the bat there. Nevertheless, free hit.
Messes gets away with this, Jansen. Well, Kohli is not happy, looking thought that was wide.
It looked pretty good for me from directly behind the wicket here. But Virat Kohli giving himself a little bit of room, and also there's a little bit of purchase off the deck. Tight, but I think it's okay.
Third man's up. Swung away on the onside for 4. Just picking his spot. Nice wristy flick.
Well, it just goes to show you don't have to miss by much. Going for that leg stump Yorker, just a full toss, and he's used his wrist beautifully here. That bottom hand comes in late, picks the area that he wants to hit on the field, and away it goes.
Just like the way he's stuck to what he's good at today, not jumping all over the place, giving himself room or dancing down the track. He's getting into good positions and working the ball around. Oh, 2 runs here.
All happening there for Aiden Markram. He's an all-out fielder. He dives, gives it his all, and then almost rolled his ankle. But this partnership has now moved on to 51. It's been a good partnership. Shivam Dubey has come in. He's been a good injection of energy for Virat Kohli, because he's also upped his game in the last 2 overs. He's found the ropes quite a few times. Marshaled the innings so far, 70 or 57, but it's these last 9 deliveries that are going to count for India. What can they get a total of 2?
2 good partnerships back to back. 72 before this, 50 plus now. That's high. It's 6. It's over the Sir Garfield Sobers Pavilion there. And again, beautifully struck. Watch the shape, watch the balance here.
It's a massive hit, huge hit. Just missed his length again there, Marco Jansen. Looking for the wide Yorker. Not quite there, it's a slight change of pace. Bang. Full swing of the bat and a long way back over wide mid-wicket.
Well, the moment he hit it, he knew it. Head absolutely strilled when the bat went through there. Sending it a long, long way. So Kohli very quickly now. Suddenly you can see the gap between number of deliveries faced and runs scored. 76 from 58. He had scored 50 or 48. So this is the fan park in Joburg, and clearly showing people watching all around the globe. This is the Wanderers. Good opportunity to sit inside. feel the atmosphere, get the feeling you're in a stadium and you're watching the action. It's nice time zones too. It's a evening in Johannesburg. Here comes Janssen. Swings in the air. This should be taken. Rabada making no mistake. So change of balls doing the trick.
Marco Janssen just dragging his length back here a little bit. In the previous ball, a change of pace. Kohli getting all of it. This one rushing him a little bit, maybe a little bit more in it for the bowler. AJ Rabada's got some safe hands along on boundary. A wicket South Africa needed. A new batter will come to the crease for India, but they got rid of the big fish. Virat Kohli played a wonderful knock of 76. India 163 for 5.
Hardik Pandya, the new man at the crease. So 7 balls remaining in this innings.
That's over third man, over the keeper, into the boundary. So another big over this for the Indians. 17 coming off it for the loss of Kohli. It's 167 for 5 with 1 to go.
Short ball bounce up again from Janssen. Bit unlucky. Top edge, no third man in place. And Nortje to bowl the last over.
So just 6 balls to go. India will be thinking if they reach 180, that's a good score on the surface. Very good score in a final. They'll ask the opposition to go at 9s and try and win it. Even though this is a good surface, that's a good recovery from 34 for 3. Well, they need another man in, and third man's coming up. It's 3 in the ring at the moment. There he comes up.
Yeah, just with that little change of field, it's pretty evident to me that Nortje's probably going to look to force Dubé to hit the ball on or over the offside. Yeah, there he is. He's out of that wide line. Sort of tactic that Rabada used to Shivam Dubé in his last over. Replay Virat Kohli. Hit it high on the bat, up near the splice. Straightforward catch for Rabada.
Ricky's, remember the game in the IPL when you were there with Delhi, and he nailed 6 Yorkers in 1 over, 5 or 6 Yorkers to win a game. And swung in the air. Now Hardik Pandya will come on strike. He's a man who can make a difference.
Such hard batsmen to bowl at, these two. Both quite tall, so even the wide line, when you try and go to the wide line with a taller batsman, still ends up being in their arc. A lot of teams you'll see bowl back off-pace deliveries late in the innings to Hardik Pandya. Almost on like a cut shot line without pace on the ball.
The way he's become good is opening the face of the blade. That's the Yorker we were talking of. It's at pace. It's just how much will he bowl? How much does he trust himself to bowl it more frequently?
It's been good so far this over as Anrich Nortje, besides the wide first ball, but the plan is there. Stay out of the hitting zone of Shivam Dube. Hasn't picked up a wicket in this game, but he's been fantastic throughout this World Cup.
That's in the air, but powerfully struck down the ground by Shivam Dube. These are handy runs. India marching towards 180. They're 174 for 5 now. 3 balls to go.
And it's the highest total ever in a T20 World Cup final as well so far. Australia had the previous highest, 2 for 173 against New Zealand. It's where the execution's got to be so perfect to someone like Dube. Length wasn't quite right. The line, you can see he's trying to tuck him up, almost get under his swing.
An option to bring square leg up, push long on back. With the last few balls, Dube's not really thinking of a touch game, more of a swinging, slogging game.
Swings in the air, taken in the deep, good flat catch. And it's David Miller. He's got safe hands, and he's made it look easy.
Yeah, it's a good catch. She looked like it quite surprised David Miller as well, just how hard that ball was travelling. Made a few yards to his left, takes it safely in front of his eyes. Flat and hard again from Dube. Good catch. But Dube goes, India lose another. 174 for 6.
So 2 balls to go. Oh, well struck. Look for 2. And deep cover didn't pick it. The last man to be dismissed. Never easy, these catches when they come out of the crowd flat and at pace towards you. Final ball of the innings coming up. It's Jadeja on strike. That's up in the air. And the catch taken. So after 20 overs, India have been restricted to 176 for 7. South Africa having been put in, India winning the toss and batting first, and this is the last man to be dismissed.
South Africa sticking with that wide plan. Anrich Nortje up to this over, he had gone wicketless, but picking up 2 wickets in this over. Wonderful plans, great pace.
So there you go. 20 overs have been bowled, 176 for 7. 2 good partnerships for India, taking them there. They were rocked early, losing 3 quick wickets. But then the recovery first between Dube and Kohli. And in the end, 177, which means South Africa will have to get 8.85 runs per over to win.
They were rocked early. India, Rohit Sharma and Rishabh Pant going in quick succession. The experience at the top of the order though, Virat Kohli, cometh the hour, cometh the man. He stands tall, played beautifully for his 76. Akshar Patel I thought was outstanding. Superb knock when he was under pressure. His team needed him to stand up. He played well for his 47.
So I thought he was brilliant. In South Africa, when they came out to bowl, Maharaj striking twice early, getting 2 wickets in and over, and then 2 wickets towards the end. I thought a good spell from Nokia as well. 4 overs, 2 for 26. And Jansen.
ICC Men's T20 World Cup on Sky Sports, sponsored by Remitly.
McDelivery? You in?
I'm in. I'm in! Yeah. I'm in!
I'm in. We're in.
Oh, fries for me.
Wait, did someone say fries?
I'm in. Yeah, I well fancy a fillet of fish. Expand your palate. We're in for Big Mac.
And 4 medium fries. I'm in!
Try our new McDelivery deals, like the Squad Burger deal. 4 selected burgers and 4 medium fries for just $17.99. Ooh, I'm in.
Whatever your goals, let's get going.
What you waiting for?
Tomorrow begins today with NatWest, proud partner Team GB.
All Motorpoint cars are subjected to the most rigorous of checks, come with a warranty and a price match promise. There's no car like a Motorpoint car.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. What else can I get for you today?
Ooh, what's that? Orkney mature cheddar. Fresh in today.
Go on, just a thin slice.
Thickly sliced for you.
Thanks.
Are those cobs? Yeah, cod. Salmon freshly filleted today.
Lovely. Saves me butchering it.
British sirloin, cut just how you like them.
Oh, brilliant. Hey, that's tea sorted.
And something for afters?
Ooh, fresh donuts. Can't resist.
From market stall to market street, 125 years of serving quality fresh food. More reasons to shop at Morrison's.
What happened here?
They killed themselves in shifts. And then there's this. Sacrifice is redemption.
The minute someone mentioned sacrifice or redemption, I smell cult. Ben, it's Nelly. She didn't come home last night.
You should come leave my group. Untangle yourself from your parents. Purify and start again.
Naz's been kidnapped.
Purify
Nazi!
and start again.
Where is she?
ICC Men's T20 World Cup on Sky Sports, sponsored by Remitly.
Westeros is on the brink of civil war as the second season of award-winning Sky exclusive heats up. New episodes, House of the Dragon, available every Monday. Here in Bridgetown, South Africa need 177 to become world champions, but historically, ICC world events have brought heartbreak.
Staying remain quite steadily here at the City Cricket Ground.
Yeah, we've got a strange situation here. There is only 1 ball remaining.
In comes Chris Lewis to bowl the final delivery. It's pushed away to mid-wicket. So at the end, it's England and a disappointing finish to a wonderful match. 3 balls remaining. Kuzner on strike. There it is. They go. This will be out, surely. Oh, it's out. It's going to be run out. Oh, that's it. South Africa out. Donald didn't run. I cannot believe it. Australia go into the World Cup final. Ridiculous running with 2 balls to go.
There's 1 ball to go in the over. 1 more run and they can come off the ground. If they do, and they get through. No run. 229 means a tie. Equal points. South Africa go out on equal points. It's no good to South Africa.
McGrath throws it across. Was it a net? It is.
What is going on here? It's the pressure, it's the nerves.
South Africa have been brilliant throughout the tournament, but Pakistan today played the better cricket.
Here we go. Should be out. And is. Jamie Howe takes the catch. And it is all over for South Africa.
Hit through mid-wicket. It will go for 4. It's Virat Kohli who finishes it. It's India. They reach another final.
spare for South Africa.
A massive six by David Miller. What a way to bring up 100.
It's Australia that have stood tall under extreme pressure, put on by a very good and valiant South African team.
That's it, Bowl. Back through the gate.
What a delivery this is.
South Africa all over Afghanistan.
A clinical performance. South Africa ease their way into their first World Cup final.
.177 for South Africa to end decades of heartbreak.
32 years, Morgan. 32 years of that first semi-final and against England in Australia at Sydney. Yeah, I mean, it would be massive, wouldn't it? I mean, when they look at this total, they won't think 176 is a score where it's over and above what they should be able to achieve. I think the surface is going to be better than anything they've played on in the tournament. You know, they've had one good game with regards to pitch, was in St. Lucia against England. And they've got the firepower. If they can control the emotions, if they can get off to a decent start, lay a platform, I don't see any reason why they can't. And as I say, it's if they can. It's a final, it's a new emotions for them. They've already climbed the mountain. They've gone where no South African team's gone before. So in many ways, they've got nothing to lose, but they'll be desperate to get over the line. They've watched their Springbok counterparts win 4 World Cups. They want to be in the same position, so it's a massive moment.
Specifically with this pitch, though, it might get a little slower. Therefore, how challenging could the spin threat be?
Yeah, definitely.
177 for South Africa to win.
Times for Debris Shamsi. Their slow bowling options can come into play, but there are a lot of match winners who haven't yet fired in that South Africa dressing room.
It's an outstanding top 6. The thing with South Africa, though, unlike other South African teams of the past, very good top 6, a number 7 who can bat, but not a lot of batting thereafter. Traditionally, South African teams have batted very deep. Just wonder if Virat Kohli's innings will be a template. Get yourself in, power yourself towards the end. There are many big contests in the second half of this final, but I think we're seeing one of the biggest right up front, and that's Arshdeep Singh against Quinton de Kock. Quinton de Kock, his strike rate is better than most of the other South African batters. He's held up that top. He's at the non-strikers then to start off. But Arshdeep Singh is bowling from the far end with the wind aiding his swing into the right-hander and away from the left-hander.
India going in with their stock standard feel against Arshdeep Singh, telling him bowl as much as possible in the stump. So they always start with a deep square leg and a fine leg. And yet again, they've just done that. Quinton de Kock, the strike rate is what you need to watch there, 143. That's the wicket India would want early, as early as possible.
And they hold their nerve, South Africa, knowing what it means to them to win a tournament like this. They'd have seen what happened when they won the rugby. India haven't won a big tournament since 2013. We've got 20 overs. Here's the first ball. Arshdeep Singh, Reza Hendricks. A little bit of swing in.
We saw the first over, Marco Jansen bowl. He was a lot fuller than what he needed to be. Didn't get enough swing, but didn't pull the length back. It's interesting to see whether Arshdeep gets swing. And in case he doesn't, does he pull the length back? That's the field we were speaking about. Top right there, you can see deep fine leg and deep square leg.
Also, it's probably there for the pickup shot. I'm not sure he's going to dig it in short too early. Just a pickup off the pads, maybe. There is no slip. There's a shot third. Oh, the edge, it fell short.
Is it a slow one, you think, Harsha? This felt much slower, and yes, it is. 136, the first one. This one, 121. You see India straight away thinking of the slower balls into the pitch. It's been a really hard ball to get away in this contest so far. We saw Virat Kohli batting right through the end, but the short ball and the slower bouncer was something that was hard to put away.
Right, keeper, is there a signal from the bowler? I'm bowling a slower ball, stand up?
Doesn't look like it. I would have liked Rishabh Pant to know.
And he's off the mark. And South Africa have got a run on the board.
And it brings us to the other battle here with Quinton de Kock. In terms of what his strengths are, he's got that pickup shot that he plays off a length or anything just backward of that good length. From this end, it's slightly hitting into the breeze. I don't know that, yeah, they're setting out a deep backward square now and a deep point. So that's something Ashdeep in India will have in their minds. What's the appropriate length combined with line to deny de Kock that pickup or force him to take a risk and hit it into the wind?
And he almost end up going too far, fourth stump, fifth stump. He's got to get the ball to swing from a place that forces de Kock to play. Good contest this. It's a good ball too.
Quinton de Kock, the thumb rule as a fielding team is to keep a very deep fine leg and a wide fine leg. Don't keep it the normal, much closer in terms of how close he is aligned with the keeper. You can see to the top left of your screen how much wider Kuldeep Yadav is, and that's where you want him to be. The pickup shot that Ian Bishop just spoke about, sometimes when he doesn't connect it, add to the fact that he's hitting it into the breeze, there's always an opportunity for a catch there.
Fine space, but there is a man on the boundary.
And looking at the other end as well, who bowls and shares the new ball.
Virat Kohli played an innings in 2 or 3 gears. He started off at breakneck speed, then realized that he needed to build that innings and take it to a larger end. And then towards the end, he played some big shots. 76 of 59. Lovely shot from Reza Hendricks. And the yelp from Arshdeep. A boundary of the last ball can just flatten aside a little bit. 6 for no loss. Just got a bit of width. It didn't curl back in enough.
Change of pace again, but this time, because of the line, Reza Hendricks went through with the shot. Good balance there.
Six of the first over then for South Africa. Now Jasprit Bumrah. He's had a magnificent tournament so far. An economy rate of just over 4 and over. 4.13. When you're chasing 177, you cannot say, let me play out his 4 overs. They've got to find a way to score runs against Bumrah too. And he wouldn't mind bowling to the left-hander up front with a slip in place. First ball goes through the left-hander.
This is just extraordinary. We have an economy of 4.1 across a tournament in a T20 competition. And just those variations, how he gets through. As a fast bowler, he must be a sight that you enjoy watching, isn't it?
Oh, he's brilliant. His control and his ability to know when to bowl what and execute it.
Extra man comes out on the offside, just in front of point. Now Rishabh Pant down the leg side. There was a little sound as it passed. What's the umpire saying? Leg by.
Rishabh Pant is lucky that he hit the pad. But as a keeper, you want to be holding on to this. As I said, it's important not to get too excited. Just stay calm. Do your job as well as you can. Don't look at what the future is. Just stay in the moment.
It's an interesting line because he just moved square leg out to point. His outswing will come in handy here. He's just moved third man a couple of yards finer.
Oh, knocks him over. This is Jasprit Bumrah. On the big day, he's produced a perfect outswinger. And what a start this is for India. Reza Hendricks is walking back. But he'll look at that ball and say, could I have done anything different?
different. This is a gorgeous start.
Oh, what a ball that was. What a tournament he's having. The man of the moment. Got to say that Reza Hendricks was a tad unlucky to get a ball like that first up. He set him up for the outswinger. Just the line. Oh, what a beauty that was. There's been plenty so far in the tournament, but doesn't get bigger than this. Bigger the moment. Jasprit Bumrah is there for Team India yet again. What a way to start for Team India. Reza goes for 4, South Africa 7 for 1.
Very good leader of men, Aiden Markram, but slightly shorter runs. He's up against a man who's a beast to right-handers. 56 runs of 105 balls. He's got 10 wickets at 3.2 economy rate against right-handers, and that outswinger's working well.
Just as Markram stood there, the bail just on its own fell off thanks to the wind. But what a ball that was.
It was a top-class delivery. Pitched on off and just straightened, but I kind of saw it from the ball before that hit Quinton de Kock on the pad and Rishabh Pant fumbled it down the leg side. Because that's what I'm looking at, the deliveries that lead up to a wicket.
Now Markram. Times it beautiful. It'll beat the fielder in the deep for 4. How's that for a repost? First ball from the South African captain.
Very strong square of the wicket. And in a great position as well. That is going to give him a lot of confidence. You heard Harsha saying, just short of runs. That's the kind of shot that gets you up and running. To see Akulisi in rugby, and Aiden Markram be the man for South Africa in cricket.
Just a little behind the length he would have liked.
I think he was lying too. So if we go back to the delivery before the wicket ball, it might look innocuous to those at home. This is the one before the wicket. Look at the seam position. It would have been a good delivery had it been a right-hander on strike. The leg by was taken, and this is what sort of informed me as to what could come next with Reza on strike. And it was perfect from Jasprit Bumrah. The length was perfect. Trapped him on the crease and just enough movement. So while some would say it was an ill-directed delivery before, it informed him about what could happen when the batters change strike.
As a batter, I'm just very close to analysing his technique. We'll keep that for another day. It's all about emotions today.
Almost generated that, but the defence was solid here. 11 for 1 from 2.
ICC Men's T20 World Cup on Sky Sports, sponsored by Remitly.
Untangle yourself from your parents.
Naz has been kidnapped.
Purify
Nazi!
and start again. War is coming, and neither of us may win.
ICC Men's T20 World Cup on Sky Sports, sponsored by Remitly.
I have great admiration for Bumrah, everyone knows that. Holding his hand up bigger in the final.
Lovely, lovely shot. Will only produce him a single, but just look majestic.
Jasprit Bumrah would be amongst the stars to watch out for. Quinton de Kock, Aaron Klaasen, Tristan Stubbs, Aiden Markram. And those 3 finals that he's played: ICC 2017 Champions Trophy, World Test Championship 2021. He didn't get a wicket in either of those. I'm not carrying him down. I'm just telling you he will know these figures. The ODI final last year, he got 2 for 43. So he will want to add to his resume a match-winning, final-winning performance with the ball.
Oh, no doubt. Absolutely no doubt. Now into the right-hander, Arshdeep. He's taking pace off very quickly into the square.
Spot on there, Bish. Absolutely. There's one thing Bumrah would want to do. Make sure that it counts the big moments. Richard Illingworth was voted umpire of the year last year. Had a good game so far. Big game this, the World Cup final. Chris Gaffney from New Zealand in his 50th T20 international.
Oh, the edge! The edge! Rishabh Pant! He's got to go, Aidan Markram. He threw his hands at it. And South Africa have been rocked early. First Bumrah, now Arshdeep.
India lost a few wickets early. South Africa have done the same in their chase. The shot which got him a boundary the previous over. This one not coming back enough, just holding its line. Markram flaying at it. He's had a great tournament as a skipper. You have to say it's not been his best tournament as a batter. Didn't make it count today on the big day, the finals day. Disappointed yet again. Not meant to be with the bat, I guess. Aidan Markram goes for 4. South Africa in a bit of bother. 12 for 2.
He's got such a big role to play in this tournament, in this match. Heinrich Klaassen. He's got the ability to change matches, but he's just waiting. Out is a young man with immense potential. Just gotta ask yourself, what is Tristan Stubbs thinking about? Is he saying, wow, thank you for giving me this opportunity in a big final. 12 for 2, the chance for me to show off how good I can be. Is he thinking, oops, why me in this situation? It's all in the mind. Slip in place now for Tristan Stubbs. Arshdeep's got a wicket. You thought there were nerves, there aren't any. He's just played a cover drive for 2, no, for 1.
Guarantee you Tristan Stubbs is relishing this moment to further create a legacy for himself after Markram. Slightly different to the ball that he hit for 4 when he just arrived. It's fuller, it's wider, it's off the front foot and hard to control it 10 out of 10 times out there. And this time Rishabh Pant holds on to one where he fumbled one earlier down the leg side of the pad. And it's been rough with the bat.
You dream of making a contribution in a final. They can be cruel, these games. I don't think Arshdeep was very interested early on. He just reacted to Rishabh Pant.
See Kuldeep just pressurizing Rohit to go for the DRS, and it's been taken.
TV umpire to director. We have a player review for caught behind. Original decision is not out. Bowling speed text, fair delivery. That's spin vision, please. Okay, yeah, ball very close to the gloves there. Okay, we're going to need ultra edge when available, thank you. Keep that rolling through. Keep it rolling through, please, frame by frame. Keep it rolling through. We've got a flat line. Thank you. Going to go back to Richard on field. Thank you. Richard, you can stay with your original decision of not out. Stand by. You're on screen, signal now.
The bowler was front on, the bowler wasn't excited. If the bowler has got an edge, if Arshdeep's got an edge from Quinton de Kock, he would be running all over the ground in excitement. Lovely timing. Gee, he's looking good touch. Now he's only made 2 or 3 runs, but sounding good. 14 for 2 from 3.
leadership has been very good throughout this tournament with 16 wickets, now one behind Fazal Haq Faruqi. Every one of the last 3 World Cups, I think the leading seamer in terms of wicket taking has been a left-handed seamer. It was Curran, I think, in 2022. In the UAE, we had a left-arm seam as well.
Just looking at that, Bish, Fazal Haq Faruqi, Arshdeep Singh, you mentioned Sam Curran, and you had to bowl right-handed. Nortje was good today, and he bowled well today too. Now Bumrah to Quinton de Kock. 4 played it fine, down to third man. You look back at the end of this tournament of the boundaries scored against Bumrah, and so many have come from that fine third man area.
We're disappointed at that short position not to have stopped it. It's a difficult bounce, all of those that you've got to get a handle.
And you get that ball swinging back into the left-hander. Crisp. Kuldeep is after it. They only take 2.
We were discussing the boundary that Nathan Markram hit. The length was shorter, yes, there was width on it, but it allowed him enough time to rock back and control it. The one that dismissed him, a little bit fuller and maybe a touch wider. So difficult, not impossible to control it, but slightly more difficult to do it. As I said, 10 out of 10.
One round the wicket to the left-hander.
Also in that replay, if you do notice, the first ball when he hit Bumrah, it was more behind square. This one, because he had time, it was wider, he went a lot more in front. Then you need to throw your hands at it. The further you throw your hands at it, the lesser control you have as you play a shot. That's when Markram will probably look back, probably could have played it a little later and timed the ball better, even though it is outside. Now that's when you get a lot more control. But having said that, Rohit Sharma has had a decision to make. Last game in Guyana, it was much easier. He brought in Akshar in the 4th over. Here he's kept Bumrah going with the single sole aim of trying to get Quinton de Kock out. That's a big wicket here. 140 strike rate, and the next best is at 112 with Klaasen. A huge wicket today.
It's got the young right-hander. The other reason they desperately need Quinton de Kock to be batting through is the 2 left-handers, the 2 left-arm spinners India have. Needs to use the wind and the left-handedness of the spinners in South Africa's favour. They've got de Kock and they've got Miller.
Just in the background, you can see Akshar Patel warming up, primarily picked to bowl in the power play if required as a left-arm spinner.
White ball doesn't swing for too long. Just wonder if he took a little pace off on that as well. He did 20 Ks. But he's game to play his shots, Stubbs. Skill scale versus right-handers. Bish, as a bowler, you dream of putting 100 against that. Control 98%, no loose balls. There is a man in the deep. 8 come off that Bumrah over. It's 21 for 22 for 2 from 4.
In many ways, your question about Tristan Stubbs is applicable. In the IPL, I know a number of people feel that he's only a last 5 over batter, and that sort of opinion came forward. I think he's better than that. Whether he can show it today, only time will tell.
The lowest economy in a single edition of a T20 World Cup, and it's gone up to 4.3. I can tell you that Sunil Narayan, did the West Indies miss Sunil Narayan? 4.6. But here's Akshar Patel for slow bowler. Is there anything there?
Straight away showing intent, making it look like he's going away from the stumps to access the offside, but in fact he was walking across post that to go over short square leg. The last time he bowled in Guyana, picked up a wicket to the first ball. That was a huge wicket, Josh Butler that.
Bowled in the high 90s there. He started slower. Oh, he's found the gap for 4. It's a good shot from Tristan Stubbs.
Using the crease to good effect here. This time he didn't step inside. Made it look like he's going to step away, but stayed there and got the width that he wanted. In fact, it wasn't that far outside off stump, but created it. That's good batsmanship there.
It's a very good shot. He's a shot a ball better at the moment.
He's trying to make use of the power play, as all of the good teams do.
I think there's a stat somewhere. Who wins the power play and Barbados wins the game. It's a general truism.
Yeah, and just on him, I want to go back to Tristan Stubbs. He's a fantastic young player. I think we go back to the domestic T20 tournament in South Africa, where he did well during the tournament, and it's only a couple of weeks later, after the tournament finish, having done so well in T20s, that he scored a 100 in first-class cricket. So he has the ability on his best days to transition from one format to the next, not just a 5-over last 5 player.
Now Quinton de Kock looks to make room. They're taking on the spinner and they're looking to maximize this power play, and it's working in this over for South Africa.
Yet again, a South African batter stepping away, using the wind to his advantage. Yeah, the wind is blowing across the screen there, and that's exactly what Quinton de Kock did, go over the offside.
Tough gig this for Akshar Patel. Good stop. Very good stop. That's Arshdeep. 10 came on that first over, a spin. After 5, it's 32 for 2.
ICC Men's T20 World Cup on Sky Sports, sponsored by Remitly.
A quick break for the official wine partner of England cricket, Laithwaites.
We go far, we go wide, and sometimes we go low. Tasting over 40,000 wines to share the few that make the grade. Laithwaites. We stop at nothing to bring you great wine.
ICC Men's T20 World Cup on Sky Sports, sponsored by Remitly.
Africa chasing 177 to win this ICC Men's T20 World Cup. 32 for 2 after 5 overs. At the same time, India with 39 for 3. What a challenge now from the Malcolm Marshall end. The dangerous Kuldeep Yadav contains runs, strikes in this period. Big opportunity for Tristan Stubbs. Over the power play, how many runs can they get up, Kuldeep? Stubbs has come in a couple of times in this competition with South Africa under the pump. He's played maturely. He's put together some good partnerships in some tight run chases. Great opportunity here for him to show how much he's grown, his opportunity on the world stage. Up and over. He'll turn for 2.
Just an interesting little side note here with these two. Both played together at the Delhi Capitals this season. And Kuldeep Yadav refused to bowl to Tristan Stubbs in the nets. Didn't want to give anything away coming into the T20 World Cup, and here they are now facing off in a World Cup final.
Straight down the ground. There's protection out there, and that's a good stop.
Fielding's going to be absolutely vital. This is a middling type of score. One brilliant bit of fielding in the deep, one run out, one catch, a stop boundary. In an hour or so's time could be absolutely vital. Saw that from Quinton de Kock earlier with the run out of Akshar Patel. A couple of Indian cricketers watching this run chase carefully. Virat Kohli himself, if they win, it'll be a genius of a knock. If they don't, there'll be those 37 deliveries without a boundary. And everyone will say, well, could we have gone harder? And Akshar Patel, who's had a brilliant tournament, they lose, it'll be like that run out was a bit dopey, wasn't it? Vital, vital few overs. So much on it.
This is the key wicket for India. Quinton de Kock, 16 of 13.
Yeah, and a key phase spin. Obviously, this pitch is going to get drier and a bit lower. Turn, Klassen against spin. That's going to be a great matchup. Whether they take him off when he comes in. Massive phase. You can't get too far behind. Not with Jasprit Bumrah. 2 overs left in the locker. You can't be saying we'll get 30 off 2 if Bumrah has 1 left.
Crunched away, finds the gap. 4 runs. End of the power play with 39 for 2.
Last ball in the power play. India made 45 for 3 in the power play. Not much between them. South Africa with that boundary off the last ball. 42 for 2. Quinton de Kock looks in fabulous touch. He thought about reversing. And he said, no, short wide, cut it away.
Quinton de Kock was interviewed during last year's World Cup in India, and he said, I would trade in all those runs for a World Cup title. He's got the opportunity right now. He's out there, 20 of 15, 3 boundaries. A real opportunity to put together a good partnership. Already 30 from 21.
That was an absolute jaffer. In any format, you're struggling to play that angle in and then late movement away. Markham probably feels he should have flat batted that through the offside. It was wider.
This is a big battle here. Akshar Patel to Quinton de Kock. Patel will bowl around the wicket to try and target the thigh pad sort of area to the left-hander, make him hit the ball into the breeze. Here's one of his big shots. The slog sweep and the hard sweep.
Run rate is 9.73. He'll be a key man, David Miller. Man for every occasion, not just Miller time. He can absorb pressure. Cross the line and 4 runs. And really well played from Christian Stubbs.
Yeah, throughout the game, that man on the slog sweep has been fairly square. The line being just outside off stump, it's going to go more in front of square, and it was nailed flat.
Just like the temperament he's shown, Panta, throughout this competition. He talked about the tough situations he's come in, but he'll really want to play a big knock here today with all the starts he's had.
And you think back through this tournament as well, they haven't had very good batting conditions anywhere, South Africans. All their batsmen have found it really difficult. I think Stubbs coming into this game, strike rate was under 100.
Nothing wrong with that, Ricky. They'll be looking forward to batting on this pitch. Stubbs in particular looks a really nice pitch.
End of the over, 49 for 2.
Neck and neck, 49 for 3, 49 for 2. Set up perfectly, top venue, 2 top sides, 2 unbeaten sides.
He's walking out to do the interview at mid-innings with Keshav Maharaj, and the South Africans are walking off the field. There's a quiet determination in their eyes. It'll be a historic run chase if they get it. The highest chase was 173 back in 2021. some key players, some players that for many years have dreamed of it, have tried their hand. Straight down the ground. 4 runs from Tristan Stubbs.
And again, a little bit like the Quinton de Kock boundary. I reckon here he was thinking for a millisecond about slog sweeping, and it's a good lesson for any youngster out there to have the release shot. He was thinking about maybe playing a slog sweep. He saw how full it was, and he just belted it down the ground. Have option A, but if it's not in that area, go to option B.
It looks promising here, Tristan Stubbs. Everything's hitting the middle of the bat. Looks like a great surface. There's hardly any turn at all.
Interest from around the world. This is the Fan Park in New York. What a final. South Africa versus India and Barbados. Wonderful atmosphere, wonderful occasion.
Very much a 360-degree player against spin as well, Tristan Stubbs. We've seen how hard he can punch the ball down the ground. He loves to sweep, does shape to play the reverse sweep as well, which is something that he excels at. Very good at standing and hitting spin off the back foot.
Seven from the over, 2 balls to go. Mixing it up nicely, these 2 batters out there, not trying to go too hard at it, just trying to keep that scoreboard ticking. Just talking about the surface being a bit slow at the beginning. That goes like a skyrocket. That's over the roof. They're enjoying it at the dugout for 62 for 2.
ICC Men's T20 World Cup on Sky Sports, sponsored by Remitly.
The action doesn't stop.
It doesn't get better than this.
This summer on Sky Sports. If you're wondering how to watch the summer internationals, well, you can catch them on Sky Sports. Pass it on.
ICC Men's T20 World Cup on Sky Sports, sponsored by Remitly.
What a contest. Africa rocked early, 12 for 2 in the 3rd over. Tristan Stubbs walks in together with Quinton de Kock, has got South Africa to 62 for 2.
He'd be disappointed with himself there. Kuldeep Yadav, last ball of his 1st over, also went for a boundary. Just got a bit greedy on that occasion. Just tossed it up more than he needed to. Ended up being a step hit with Quinton de Kock. 96 metres over deep mid-wicket. Crucial overs coming up now for India. This partnership's just really starting to change the momentum in this game.
Who are you going next, Ricky? Would you try and keep the left-hand, right-hand combination going out in the middle, or would you just send in Klaassen next?
Moves across his stumps, and the gap is found by Stubbs. 6 runs.
And this is why I asked the question, because it's a nightmare as a captain if you have left-hand, right-hand. They are always hitting towards the boundary with the wind assisted. So the previous 6 from Quinton de Kock was wind assisted. You get up the other end, you got a right-hander, and he's doing exactly the same.
Yeah, it's a great point. Also, India still have Jadeja to bowl yet as well, if required. Hardik Pandya hasn't been used so far either. I think they might make that change reasonably quickly. Just change it up here. They're getting used to the look of this spin.
Going at 10.29 to the over. Kuldeep 11.50. Big single. 4s and 2 6s between this pair. Push around the ground.
He's getting quicker and quicker here. Akshay Patel. Slog swept for 6th first ball. The pace has gone up from 90 kilometres up to as much as 103 k's. He's darting it in. He's trying to push Stubbs back.
Bowled in! Akshay Patel strikes. And India pick up wicket number 3.
And you can tell what a moment that is, not just from the Indian reactions, and the Indian reactions were as you expect, but Quinton de Kock at the other end just punched his bat. He realised that partnership was building beautifully, went too far across and exposed his stumps. You miss, he hits. Look at Quinton's reaction. He knew that that partnership was getting him closer to the line. Game on again in Bridgetown. Stubbs goes for 31, 70 for 3 South Africa.
Heinrich Klaasen, 138 runs in the competition, highest score of 46. What a moment for him. He's been dreaming of a World Cup final. Here he is in Bridgetown, Barbados. What a time to step up.
Just moved too far in the end there, Tristan Stubbs.
End of the over, 71 for 3.
Maybe he felt he was going to try and hide it outside off stump. He went a couple of stumps too far. Maybe Akshay saw him move and darted it in. Having a fabulous tournament, that is for certain.
South Africa chasing 177 to win this World Cup final. 71 for 3 at the end of 9 overs. New batter in. India have the breakthrough. It was a timely one. That partnership was gaining momentum. De Kock still there, 29 from 22. Hardik Pandya has had a good tournament with both a bat and ball. Wickets in the competition. Really looks to be almost back to his best. To Klaasen now. Right, let's get back down, out and about with Carlos Brathwaite.
So we are here, we are where the decision makers make those decisions off the field. We're a little elevated, 1 story higher. The dressing room is just below us. But this is ideally where you would see and what you would see if you are a coach or like a Mark from back in the hut. This is your viewpoint to make your decision. Who bats next?
Carlos Brathwaite, right among the crowd where the actions happen. He's taking us all around the ground, giving us a sense of the batters are going through, what's happening out in the field. Spoke about the wind a bit earlier on.
It looked like a good spot up there. I don't think I'd be moving if I was him. It's a good bowling change from India. Some pace back on the ball. One of the reasons I think that Rohit Sharma's gone to Hardik Pandya when Klaasen comes in, you look at his strike rates against fast bowling and spin right the way through this tournament. We know how good a player of spin he is. In this tournament, he struck at 145.76 against the spinners. Against the quicks, he drops all the way down to 80. Changing the field. Third will come up and mid-wicket goes back. Allows Pandey to run in and hit the deck hard, which is what he does. His pace is always sort of mid-130s. He uses a lot of slow balls, a lot of heavy off-cutter type deliveries into the surface.
Three-dot balls and Klaasen counter punches. 6 runs.
Disappointing delivery that. It was that slow ball, but it's just way too wide. Long way outside off stump, hitting with the breeze over cover. It's a hell of a shot, has to be said. Right in the middle of the bat. A little pressure release that they needed, South Africa.
Exactly 100 runs required, or 62 balls. Right, Carlos, where have you moved to now?
So I've taken a run. You can see a little bit of sweat. It's still very hot. However, this is more of an angle from the dugout. Now, I want to understand from Mr. Ricky Ponting, the legend himself, as the man in the hot seat. As a coach, which angle do you prefer and why? Do you prefer the dressing room angle, or do you prefer the dugout, and why? I'm intrigued to hear.
One thing I know about the man next to me, Ricky Ponting, as coach, when he's just seen this no ball, he'll be doing a Justin Langer and kicking a bin over at the back of the dressing room, that is for certain.
I love being down there with the players, Carlos, sitting down amongst it, feeling the atmosphere, the energy, especially in a game like this. I mean, I'm lucky enough to do it at the IPL with huge crowds around. The communication side of it's so important down in the dugout.
That's high up, but it's a free hit, so it doesn't matter.
Probably got away with one there too, Hardik Pandey. That was right in the slot. I mean, ideally, if you're watching the game as a spectator or a commentator or a coach, you'd like to be able to watch it down, look down the wicket. So when you're actually side on, yes, it's nice to be down and feel the energy and the atmosphere, and you quite often find yourself just watching the TV the whole time, watching the monitor, trying to pick little things up. Is there any swing? Is there any spin?
Ten from the over. Halfway stage, 81 for 3. Time for a drink in Barbados.
ICC Men's T20 World Cup on Sky Sports, sponsored by Remitly.
I can make everything nice. With Tilda steamed rice, a halloumi wrap, a bibimbap, or leftover Thai in a stir-fry. Red curry, green curry, all the curries. Rice and beans, rice and pineapple. I can beef up a burrito or flavour some fish. Make dinner for one or a banquet for everyone. I can toss it, boss it, pile it up, or style it up. Tilda, elevate your plate.
For a chance to win exciting prizes, visit tildatadar.com.
Visit your local Pepe's or order home delivery. Succulent flame grilled chicken in 6 tasty flavors with over 190 stores. And we're in Dubai. Love fresh, love tasty. Order Pepe's.
Ah, the Thatcher's family farm. Making cider with nothing but love. And skills. Keeping quality up. Perfection in safe hands.
Technology is all around, but technology alone is not enough. For me, the drive is everything. All electric Lexus RZ.
There's no way we can convince anyone we actually like each other.
An overview of Kensington Oval here for the grand final of this Men's T20 Cricket World Cup 2024, and we've had quite a few special moments. Let's have a look back at another magic moment.
What a catch! That looked to be sailing over the ropes, and Achar Patel grabs onto a blinder.
.96 required by South Africa. Of the last 10 overs, Heinrich Klaasen, one of the best in this format of the game at the crease, with Quinton de Kock, who set himself up. Just one wicket in the tournament so far for Ravindra Jadeja. Alongside me, Dinesh Karthik and Dale Steyn. When you see the balance of power here, who has it?
If you do go by stats, just Australia has chased down once over 95 in 10 overs. Against Scotland, that's exactly what South Africa need, 95 or 59 as we speak. It's going to be a hard chase, but they are in the game. They've got themselves in the game here. Good partnership between Stubbs and Quinton de Kock. Win predictor tells us that India is at 60% now.
Out to mid-wicket, just short. Your view, Dale?
Yeah, the same position. He was 75-3 in South Africa, just a little bit more than that right now. But they've still got David Miller to come, and a couple spinners for India will be perfect matchups for David Miller. Jadeja just coming into the crease to bowl his first over. And with things like that, when Heinrich Klaasen is batting the way that he likes to bat, this game is on the line right now. Jadeja, who hasn't had the tournament he's wanted, has got to bowl to a guy that can hit the ball out of the ground, and this is a big task for him.
The margin of error is very little as a spinner when you're bowling against Heinrich Klaasen. One of the best players of spin, arguably along with Pooran, in terms of how they take on the spinners and hit those big ones. If you're slightly full, he hits you down the ground, and if it's slightly short, forget it, he hits it even further.
It's been a fascinating tournament from that perspective, and the bowlers, the highest individual score is 98, no hundreds in this year's T20 World Cup. Tells you a little bit about, even with the evolution of the game, how much bowlers of various types have had a say. Very good running, excellent running. Even though Jadeja was going one way, Axar Patel was coming the other. And Klaasen took the long route to come back for second. They got there easily.
They've had their moments against England. It was the same batting partnership. Butler got a brilliant run out of Klaasen. This time Klaasen being the one making the call. You can see him turning around a bit like Jonty Rhodes, but got in safely.
The old bleep test, when you run the bleep test, you don't run straight, you do the long run. That's the end of the over. South Africa 93 for 3 off the 11.
Fascinated to know how you spend the next 2 Jasprit Bumrah overs based on how the innings is flowing. For that matter, Ashdeep as well, who has 1 for 8, Bumrah 1 for 12. How and when you spend it. South Africa ahead by some 11 runs compared to where India were at a similar stage. Kuldeep back into the attack. Went early there, Quinton.
You could see Rishabh Pant was ready for the stumping there, but Quinton de Kock was clever enough to just come back, play the cut shot. It was a good matchup, this Klaasen and Kuldeep, attacking batsmen against spin, and you can see that 95% skill scale. High quality batter. He'll be bowling the ball coming in his stock leg spin as much as possible, because that's the direction the wind is against if the batter is looking to hit. Not so much the googly, but he knows Klaasen is good downtown, so he needs to get his link perfect here.
Terrific. That is a shot filled with great skill and power from Heinrich Klaasen, which brings up the 100 for South Africa.
There are few batters in the world that can play this shot. Only a couple come to my mind, and Heinrich Klaasen is the one that's doing it today. Look at this. He stands still, he hits it for 6 over extra cover. Follows it up with a good sweep shot, but it is an incredibly difficult shot. I've got DK next to me. Yeah, he's a batter. He can tell you it's not the easiest of shot there.
Definitely not off the back foot. That's what makes this man so special. You got to understand, it's moving away from him. That's a googly that goes away to hold your position and still get your hands through the ball beautifully. That's high level of skill that, and he's done that time and time again. It's what makes him so special. Quinton de Kock has played the second fiddle so far through the innings really well, held it together. If they're at a stage where they're within touching distance, got to give the man credit. He's absorbed pressure, not done anything silly so far.
.101 for 3.
These kind of big games, you need the big players to stand up, and that's what Quinton de Kock has done for South Africa so far. Hasn't got carried away with the situation. He's always an attacking player, still holding his position. Reverse sweep is something he likes a lot, but hasn't used it too much. Played the orthodox shots a lot more. It's been good from South Africa, great to watch. 2 quick wickets, but still hanging on in this game.
Yeah, something for posterity. The 2024 Men's T20 Cricket World Cup with a wonderful crowd on hand here at historic Kensington Oval. Ashdeep is back into the attack. And it's one of the enduring features of the games have been played across the USA, in Dallas and in New York. Florida was a venue, and then here in the Caribbean. And the crowds have come out in several of the regional territories in their numbers. The Nepalese crowd in Dallas, I thought it was amazing to see so many of them fit into that ground. One of the highlights for me of the tournament has been where Nepal have played, how they've played as an associate nation, and how they've been followed. Lovely. That's a pet shot for Quinton de Kock.
Now this is Quinton de Kock's shot. He likes to get inside the line of the bowler, especially when it's left arm quicks, and uses the angle of the ball to flick it over fine leg. Contrasting to what South Africa had, India have got long on and long off out. So fine leg and short third man are up in the ring. So Quinton de Kock is trying to utilize that vacant fine leg area to one of his favorite shots. And as I say that now, fine leg starts to go back and long off comes up.
So very little for margin for error outside off stump. Goes for it again, straight to him! As soon as the fielder has dropped back there, Quinton de Kock has fallen for the plan. He'll be kicking himself. Well done, Ashdeep.
Not exactly the way the wicket would have been planned, but they'll take it anyway today. It was looking good, yeah. Felt like it was going to take the team across the line. Similar shot to what Dale Steyn was speaking about. Gets the back knee down, looked to hit it over fine leg, but a real good catch. You can see the emotions, not just of Kuldeep, but also the support staff behind Nuwan. All means a lot for them. Rohit Sharma knows this game is getting tighter by the minute. David Miller comes in, but Quinton de Kock goes for 39. South Africa 106 for 4.
The impressive David Miller. Wonderful batter you have coming in at this point if you're South Africa, one who shows the ability to get himself in, and then if he's in, he can turn up the tempo. He'll be hoping this is such an occasion.
This is the game here, Bish. This is what it is, this partnership. Henrik Klaasen, David Miller, two big batters. Just when Quinton de Kock was looking good and playing the field, got out to a shot that he always keeps playing. Caught it finally. You can see Nuwan in the background, and the emotions come through. It's the third final for India in about 12 months, across all formats. It was the World Test Championship, then the 50-over World Cup, and now the T20. You can see Virat Kohli. Means a lot to them, I can tell you that.
Well, there are two narratives here that we will only know the answer to perhaps an hour from now, right? There have been low scoring or close finishes for South Africa to remain unbeaten in the tournament. Very, very tight finishes. So that could either have given them strength of character coming into this final in knowing they can overcome any hurdle. The other thing it can do, though, is keep the opposition interested no matter what the partnership, because they know that sometimes South Africa have had that propensity to lose wicket in clumps. Couple of runs. 109 for 4.
ICC Men's T20 World Cup on Sky Sports, sponsored by Remitly.
Together, we reinvented the Fortune 500 list, giving life to its data using Gen AI, training it on decades of articles, rankings, and trends, unlocking coveted access to business insights to put a digital trove of information into users' hands.
ICC Men's T20 World Cup on Sky Sports, sponsored by Remitly.
68 required.
Good thing that South Africa have done is just have a look at the required run rate. It's 9.7. They haven't allowed it to go above 10 at any point during this game. They've kept it in check. A couple of decisions here for Rohit Sharma to make. The two bowlers who have found it hard throughout the tournament to get going in terms of economy, Hardik and Jadeja, they need to bowl 2 overs here. When is that over going to come?
You heard the call there of 2-2-2.
It's got some decisions to make, but this is also an area that David Miller is very familiar with. He does it time and time again when he walks in the IPL. Loves to walk in and get a 35, 40 not out. So, South Africa would want him to see him get to 40 not out, but India, they'll know that they get a wicket here. They got Jansen and some of the bowlers to come. This is a massive partnership for South Africa and a massive partnership for India if they can break it.
In many ways, it's the game here. If one wicket goes, it's a lot of pressure back. The Klaasen there, anything full, goes straight downtown. Got a great swing of the bat, very fluid. See, there's great rhythm to it. The best part about Klaasen's batting is anything slightly short, well, he can hit that down the ground too. You can see why he's one of the best batters of spin. Puts away almost any ball at any length. You got to be flatter like that and into the pad. That's one of the ways you can stop him from hitting a boundary. It's not that easy. feels very defensive, but it is one of the few options that you have against the class of Klaassen.
And he hasn't gone in a big way so far this tournament, and that's why I think the tournament has been a fascinating one in many ways. Will that get to the boundary? Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Wonderful timing from Miller.
This is incredible timing by David Miller. Maybe just a touch short from Kuldeep, and from up here it looked like maybe a dive could have saved that boundary. You want to throw everything at it if you can, but this is incredible timing. Raced away for 4. Maybe I'm too harsh, DK.
Well struck, beautifully struck. He is some player. David Miller, 1, 2, 3 for 4.
How he quickly gets onto the back foot, and you need strength to get the ball. Such a flat pace down the ground. Oh, this game is getting tougher and tougher for both teams. There's challenges on both sides. India need to bowl 2 overs between Hardik and Jadeja. And on the other side, 2 of their best batters who can chase any total down are batting. 1 wicket here, it tilts again towards India. A few runs in this partnership, and South Africa feel they can see the end line there. That's what has made this World Cup so beautiful. In a format where the batsmen have dominated over the years, this tournament has been a lot about the bowlers.
Terrific, terrific, because the way that he stepped deep into his crease, you thought he might have gone onside, a little bit squarer. Now down the ground.
Oh, what a shot that was. We spoke about how good he is off the front foot, and here is an example again why Henrik Klaassen is so special. Not too much wrong with what Akshar Patel did. Then the bowler is forced to go wide outside off stump because he knows it gets into the stump, it gets into the arc.
Trying to get him to hit it offside and into the breeze. I think you've talked about the 2 guys who might have to bowl a couple. I don't know how much longer he can keep one of Jasprit Bumrah's overs out of play here with this partnership.
You know, when you're such a good batter, the bowlers have to start changing their game plan, going wider. Klaassen just standing still. He's not moving across his crease right now. But he does on this occasion. It's on the roof. That is a massive hit by Henrik Klaassen. The last few balls we saw 4 from David Miller, 6 from David Miller, and then a couple more boundaries in this over. South Africa on a rampage here.
Oh, what a shot that was. Arguably one of the best shots today. Just the sound of the bat, 99 meters, and you can understand those solar panels have taken a hit today. Just the position that he gets into. Oh my God, he can hit a long ball.
He goes again. Henrik Klaassen flexing here at Kensington Oval. Is this the day that the Rainbow Nation finds the pot of gold at the end?
It's almost down to a runner ball now. From 10 required, this over has made a huge dent in what South Africa needs to chase down. India, you can see they're just starting to stand a little bit more still. Jasprit Bumrah has to come into the attack soon. You have to think they need a wicket.
Next over, Dale. I think next over. Add more to that. Into the wind. They've decided that they're going to take down Akshar Patel this over. 22 from it so far, 1 delivery left.
Not many teams have been able to put away Akshar Patel, but Henrik Klaassen Man, what a player he is. On the offside, on the leg side, off the front foot, off the back foot. It's hard to stop him today.
Expensive over, very expensive one that fits nicely into the shadow of South Africa. 147 for 4.
South Africa on the verge of something they've been looking for so long. So many great players. So many great teams have tried and have fallen at hurdles along the way, but it seems now it's so close. You can reach out and touch it, and Klaasen has emphasised this. Is this the last throw of the dice for India? Jasprit Bumrah has to break this now. Nearly did, with an edge down to fine leg. Ravi Shastri, Sean Pollock alongside me, two giants of the game. Here's a moment for someone.
Absolutely, and you rightly mentioned, I mean, Bumrah is the man they've gone to right through this tournament to break partnerships, and he's done it. Well, if ever he has to do it in a final, the moment is now. Because what South Africa need is less than 30. It's a huge jump in the last 3 overs. Just to say how they've jumped ahead. India at this stage 119 for 4. South Africa 150 for 4.
And that too brings up a Klaasen 50, 51 of 23 deliveries. Fastest in the T20 World Cup final. There was a 50 of 22 deliveries from Quinton de Kock earlier on in the piece for South Africa, but this has been sensational. He hasn't been able to really show his expertise so far in the tournament, but on the biggest stage he has produced so far.
Close enough, is it? No, just heading down leg side, says Chris Gaffney. Yes, for Klaasen, it's his first 50 in this World Cup, his 5th overall. And let's not forget who took 2 vital catches early in the day. Really vital catches. Klaasen.
What a way to get your first 50 too. This was slipping down the leg side. You get your first 50 in a World Cup final. You strike it over 200. What else can you ask for?
Still Bumrah searching. Searching. The perfect Yorker almost. Klaasen digs down on it. What a great contest. He will not give up, this guy.
I'll be counting down the deliveries from Bumrah in the dugout, Smithy. I'll know exactly how many he's got left. He's got that potential to bowl an unplayable delivery at any stage, in any format. And that was what he was searching for with that last one, trying to sneak the Yorker under the bat of Klaasen.
Yes, he normally would have bowled a slower one by now, but he knows the power of Klaasen if he doesn't get it right. Will he still attempt it?
It's Bumrah. If you get Bumrah, I think you get India, and Klaasen is dealing with him at the moment. We're down to 26 from 25. How about this last over? Holly, you talk about it. It was your one.
Yeah, you always get the feeling after watching South Africa for so many years, and if Klaasen's involved, it kind of comes an over where he just has this unbelievable belief, and once he gets an early boundary away, he puts the foot down and tries to maximize, tries to make it the catalyst over.
1 ball to go in this Bumrah over. South Africa do what they had to do. They negotiate safely. It's 151 for 4. 4 overs to go.
ICC Men's T20 World Cup on Sky Sports, sponsored by Remitly.
See the change of guards, climb on Jungfrau, Bedouin in the clouds. Put on the Scottish uniform.
ICC Men's T20 World Cup on Sky Sports, sponsored by Remitly.
Party mood here. The majority of the crowd are very, very worried, as is this man here, Rohit Sharma. The side has hardly felt any pressure at all in this tournament. And now come the biggest stage of all. He's under the pump for decisions and inspiration. Rishabh Pant has a problem with his knee, it seems.
Well, India doing everything possible to even slow down the game at this stage, just to see if they can break the rhythm of these two players. Vastly experienced left hand, right hand batting combination, both explosive, with the ability to hit sixes. Can they hold their nerve in these final stages of the game with just 4 overs to go, just 26 needed? This is where you don't want to do anything that you might regret. They've got things under control. India 126 for 4 at this stage. South Africa way ahead by 25.
He doesn't strike me as the kind of guy that wants to dot and won the victory. I don't think Heinrich Klaasen. He's in a mood.
That's caused a little bit of frustration for South Africans over the years, because you kind of do feel, do you just stick around, knock it off? But it's not the nature of the game anymore. He is such a wonderful striker. He's got some time to think about it now. Is it a good thing or is it a bad thing? But there's the equation, 26 from 24. And the way he's playing, you wouldn't go against him. In fact, if David Miller in this situation would probably go, but you're going. It's your day. You just keep going. I'll be the one who kind of plays a little more of the second fiddle.
And he'll target. He'll look whom he can target. And Hardik is back in the attack after 1. So, knowing Klaasen, he'll fancy his chances.
He'll look over extra cover. There's a big gap over extra cover. Got a straight mid-off and a very square man on the boundary, and Jadeja, who's hardly been a factor in this game. Here's Hardik. Little touch, yes, the break has done it. The loss of momentum, nicking a wide one. Klaasen goes frustrated. India breathe again.
How often have we seen that? We said breaking the momentum of play. There was a break. Rishabh Pant got treatment. Hardik came in, just floated this wide, a slower delivery, and gets the outside edge. Is there going to be another twist in the tail here in this game? Still not over. Klaasen departs. South Africa still need 26. It's 151 for 5.
Giant figure, and I mean giant figure, of Marco Jansen, who started the game with ball. Can he finish it with bat? We're into the 17th over, and India have struck it. Is it too late? Can they strike twice in this over? That's what he's hoping for. He's been given a lifeline here, Sharma. When does he bowl Bumrah again? Does he go for the jugular? Does he bring the asking rate because of that up a wee bit?
Yeah, I think maybe Klaasen was taken a little bit by surprise with regards to how wide that delivery was. Just kind of setting himself up with something nice and straight. No foot movement whatsoever. Just thought he could throw the hands at it, and it just bounces. It's a cutter, so maybe just stands up a little bit more than he expects. A little edge through. And Rishabh Pant, who was getting the treatment, gets the joy of taking the catch that breaks the partnership and gives India just that little bit of hope.
See the body language suddenly. There's a spring in the stride. It's a big wicket, that of Klaasen.
Nice timing. It's the single to the man I regard as the closer. Davy Miller is a closer. He has done it so often. What Klaasen did to the seamers today.
Widest one that he's got from the seamers today. And the fullest. I just thought, well, okay, no real danger. Just let me throw my hands at it and he'll be disappointed. But a brilliant job he did. 52 of 27. Kind of really did any issues with regards to run rate required. And now it's just about South Africa trying to hold their nerve for 25 more runs.
Well, Miller will hold his nerve. He's done it so often in the past. If India can get Miller, they're asking players to come out of the hut and win it under so much pressure. Want to get two to Kuldeep, who's in pretty quickly.
That's a big decision to make next over. Does India know if they break this partnership, they're the nose ahead? The pressure will be immense. It'll be, in fact, a lot to handle for the South African bowlers. Does he bring in to break the partnership with still 20 plus needed? I think won't be a bad idea.
Spare a thought for all those bowlers just left to come. They've managed to find a way so far in the tournament. Will they draw on those reserves? Can they scrap again?
This will be a World Cup record to win for South Africa. To chase this down will be the highest ever successful T20 World Cup run chase in a final. Required rate 7.26. Let's break it down, shall we, even further. Just 23 from 19 deliveries. Dots are gold, wickets even more valuable to India, particularly this one now. Can they get Miller? Single for Davy Miller, who will keep the strike, which means he keeps control. 155 for 5.
There's always different discussions, isn't there, Smithy? It's basically a run a ball in one boundary and you've got enough. Or you can divide it into two. If you each get 11 runs at the crease, the job is done. But under the pressure, the massive pressure of such a big encounter, a title on the line,
Well, Rohit Sharma called a mini summit meeting, and those involved were the senior players, and the meeting was about when do we bowl Bumrah? And the consensus was right now, and pray that he gets a wicket or two.
I think the right move, with over 20 still needed. We can crack this game open in this over. Jasprit Bumrah, and that's what Rohit Sharma will be hoping for. It'll be interesting to see South Africa's tactics, how they go about tackling Bumrah with these 6 balls.
He's the best in the business. There is no doubt about that, Bumrah. And that's a cracking delivery. 22 from 17.
Every ball he bowls these days is like an event. I mean, he's so much on top of his game. And he's literally making the ball talk.
There's a right-arm seamer, but he comes over the vertical, so he gets really close to the stumps when he goes around and almost creates the angle and has the ability to go away from the left-hander. But then don't forget, he can also get the in-swinging Yorker at any stage.
Dots are a knowledgeable crowd, those Indian fans. They know a dot is just so important to them at this point. It's 22 from 16 now. How many you want to leave at the end? That's the thing.
And it's going down all the way to the wire. You can see the tension in the crowd now. Fans from both sides, millions around the globe. They'll be biting their nails.
Single. Might not mind that, Jasprit Bumrah. Have a crack at Marco Janssen. See if the big man can get down on a really straight Yorker.
Indeed, it's a long way down, and he's got that ability, that extra speed, just to be able to slide in a brilliant Yorker at any stage. Doesn't matter what the format is.
Three inside the circle on the offside, and patrolling the onside inside the circle was Rohit Sharma, who is working overtime mentally here, trying to devise a plan, devise some magic. Here's Bumrah. Oh, he's got him! He has done the job! He's broken through. The big man turns around and looks at the shattered stumps. He leaves the park in India. India are seriously back in this.
What a bowler. And what a time to get a wicket. Summoned by his captain to bowl his final over. Way ahead of schedule. And like we said, he's making the ball talk. He's telling what the ball to do. And the ball's doing exactly that and responding to him. Champion stuff from a true champion. Bumrah cracks this game open with the sixth wicket. It's Marco Janssen who has to go for just two. It's 156 for six.
Well, 10 minutes ago, when Klaasen and Miller were going, Maharaj was thinking, I might not have to bat in this. Not only does he have to bat, he has to bat very well, because first thing he has to do is negotiate two deliveries from Jasprit Bumrah. That will effectively see him out of the game. But what an impact he's made again. 2 for 17 from 3.4.
It's the angle, isn't it? He can go wide of the crease, and it's the in-swinger, and on the angle hits the perfect length, nips back between bat and pad, just nips the top of the leg stump.
These two deliveries could be the most significant in the match. Bumrah's last two, here's one of them. Oh, wow, on the money. It gives you nothing.
Nothing. Just such a good reader of situations, the demands of the team. Someone has such a variety, just when to dish out the right ball, and he's doing it time and time again in recent times.
One to go for Jasprit Bumrah. Just survive, they're saying, and he does. He was going to say he might have taken a chance there, but he's done the job. He has done the job, as has Bumrah again today. It's 157 for 6, and South Africa need 20 from 12.
Yeah, indeed, Smithy was down to basically a run a ball. Now all of a sudden 10 and over required. Ravi Ashdeep's giving his sunglasses, I think it is, to the umpire. He's got the one. Last over.
Hardik. Can't see anyone else bowling that last over. Don't think he'll go to Jadeja.
I was actually quite surprised they took that single. I want Miller on strike. So they took the single, which means Maharaj will be on strike to Ashdeep, who is a very fine bowler on his own right. Look at that, 2 for 16 from his 3 today.
He's been flying under the radar. A lot of credit to Bumrah, and rightly so. And Ashdeep Singh has done his job, played his part right through this tournament. Tension all round.
There's 3 inside the circle. 2 of them are looking to keep Maharaj on strike. They're hunting in really, really close. Brilliant off the return there. And look, this is just starting to hit, because these guys like Maharaj and below are not supposed to come out and win World Cup finals with the bat. They're just not, and it's the squeeze is on.
Yeah, 100%. It's always the bowlers that kind of at caught at the back end, having to be a supportive role or having to get the job done. And I think the calm mind of Miller, he's going down after every delivery, he's chatting with Maharaj, he's trying to keep him as calm as possible. They play domestic cricket together as well, and he just needs to try and find the Miller, but he loves to open up the offside, so Arshdeep will be aware of that and trying to be nice and tight on that leg stump.
So Kohli's gone to mid-off, Sharma's at cover, Jadeja behind point. Now Kohli's going back to long off. Third man comes up inside the circle. Strategy, what's the strategy? Get it through to the keeper, that's not a bad one.
It's funny how the game changes so quickly. Just a while ago, the gap between the two teams was 25. Now suddenly, it's just 2. India at this stage, 155 for 4. South Africa, 157 for 6.
It's a difficult time for Maharaj. He just has to try and watch that ball as close to him possible and get bat on ball, try and pick up a single, get Miller on strike. If there is a place where he can pick up a boundary and he gets the right delivery, then maybe try and make that play.
20 from 10. It's starting to get really tough for South Africa. Arshdeep again. Maharaj just gets it out to deep mid-wicket. Axara's there, it's just the one. Miller back on strike. He needs a boundary, and very quickly.
Yeah, I agree, Smithy. He would want a boundary just to calm the nerves, but I think the most important thing for him is to be on strike when the last over starts. The breeze will be helping him to hit to the leg side where he's so strong and has the ability to take it down the ground. But just to ease the pressure, ideally they would want a boundary here at some stage off the next 3.
The choice of delivery from Arshdeep Singh now becomes crucial. Does he think of the single delivery? He looks to bowl full, attempts the Yorker, get Miller away from the strike, have another crack at Keshav Maharaj. Does he opt for the slower delivery? I think we want to get Miller away from the strike, not give him that boundary or a 6 he's looking for.
He might be going to go full here, Ravi, because he's got mid-off and mid-on way back, as far as they can go. Square of the wicket, he's got a little bit of protection, but behind square, none at all, really.
Miller might be saying, if there's a particular delivery, I'm going to try and whack it away. Otherwise, try and keep it on the ground. He'll be backing himself if he recognises it.
Miller. He wants to. He needs to face this ball. He will be back successfully. 17 from 8. This is a champion at work, folks. An absolute champion at work. He just wanted to have a crack, and it only took him one to have a crack at Janssen. Snuck it through on the money, giving you nothing. We always talk about the batsman being under pressure, but how about the bowlers having to deliver in those circumstances? Yorker, beautifully placed. Single to Miller. It's getting tough for South Africa now.
It's got to be a free hit, this one, for Maharaj. He's got to go searching for the boundary. Miller needs to be on strike for the last 6. So the communication as they go down and have a chat with each other is, Keshav, look at an area where you think you can pick up a boundary. If you get it away, it takes all the pressure off me. But you've got to back yourself. We're not looking for a single off this delivery. So think of what he's going to deliver to you and where can you maybe pick up a boundary. He jumped across and tried to whip one to the mid-wicket earlier on in the over, and that might be his plan. Or is it a ram shot trying to get it over short 45?
I think that's a good option. Look to score behind the wicket. And they've covered the field in front.
Arshdeep, last ball. Perfectly placed Yorker. What an over that was under pressure from a young man. Bumrah was brilliant. Arshdeep just the same. 16 from 6 to win the World Cup for South Africa. It sounds a lot. this contest is boiled down to two men, really. It is Hardik Pandya against Davy Miller. That's how it'll start anyway.
Yeah, 20 teams, Smithy. A month ago it started. We've hopped between America's mainland and the Caribbean, and it all comes down to 6 deliveries. The class of Miller against the experience of Pandya. Miller will have to pull on all the reserves of all those years of international franchise cricket. He's got the ability of that, there is no doubt. But can he pull it off on the biggest stage?
Well, knowing Hardik, he won't give him pace. Saw what he did with the first ball. He bowled to Henry Klaasen as well. In the 2016 T20 World Cup match against Bangladesh, Hardik defended 10 and India won by 1. Now, choice of delivery is crucial.
He's going to go wide Yorker. He has to go wide Yorker. He wants Miller to hit it to the offside. That's into the breeze. It's the bigger boundary. They've already set things up from a field setting position. They've got people, they've got protection wide on the offside. So that's got to be the plan. He doesn't want to be allowed to tack the shorter boundary, down breeze. I'm sure will stand on off stump and try and hold the pose and try and hit it as straight as he possibly can.
16 from 6. Here we go, folks. Wide, Miller gets it, and he gets plenty of it, does he? No! What a catch! Oh my God! I don't believe what I've just seen. Athleticism at its very, very best. This is quite an incredible moment, folks. You won't believe what you've just seen. It is just the best piece of skill I think I've ever seen in a game of cricket.
Under pressure, Surya Kumar Yadav calm as. This is magnificent. Presence of mind of the highest class. Miller won't believe what he sees on that giant
TV umpire
screen.
to director, we have an umpire review
They
for
go
a fair
upstairs.
catch. Bowler's feet checked, it's a fair delivery. We go to your best angle for the catch, please. Keep it rolling through, please. Keep it rolling through. That's good there. Did you have any other angle from just behind, please? Thank you. Yeah, foot's inside there. Foot's inside there. Foot's inside there. Going up. Keep it rolling, please. Keep it rolling. Yeah, foot's inside there. Keep it rolling. Thank you. Ready with my decision for the big screen.
Potentially one of the greatest catches in cricket history when you look at the occasion and the pressure. Outstanding, breaks hearts in South Africa, thrills billions in India.
Yeah, the presence of mind to be able to keep your emotions in check, execute the skills that they do practice over and over again these days. A low full toss, Miller's eyes would have lit up. He would have thought, I've got enough on it. But it's not to be. Simply brilliant from Surya.
Tremendous, tremendous, joyous scenes. I just spare a thought of what Hardik Pandya has done in the last half an hour. He was brought back, he got Klaasen, and now he's got Miller. 2 massive wickets in his 2 overs. South Africa now looking down the barrel. 161 for 7.
16 from 5. Rabada, Gisa Rabada. Edge, down to the boundary for 4. 12 from 4 now. It's a busy pendulum.
It's raining, Smithy, too, just to add a little bit of drama to the situation. There's some rain coming across the ground. A fortunate outside edge. It takes it to 12 of 4 deliveries. Can Rabada work magic? the most unlikeliest source you would think compared to what's been at the crease so far. But South Africa will be hoping by all hopes.
Third man goes back. This over could take an eternity, but I don't care. It's great, isn't it? It's absolutely great. The drama of all this whole World Cup, as you say, Polly. 55 games of cricket, almost, and we've come to this kind of tension. Hardik Rabada, swing and a miss. They'll run it by, will they? Yes, they will. And we're down to 11 from 3.
Well, a game worthy of a final, this. There's absolutely no question about that. Pendulum swung from one side to the other. One stage it looked as if South Africa had their nose in front. India bouncing back with the wicket of Klaasen. And then they've chipped away. Some magnificent bowling. Hardik, Arshdeep Singh, Jasprit Bumrah. It's taken some quality stuff to claw your way back into this contest.
And Polly, you won't need reminding. South Africa needed 26 from 4 overs with 6 wickets in hand.
Yeah, it was 151 after 16 overs, and unfortunately they lost their big hitters. But what can Keshav Maharaj do? You would think it would be into the wicket, slow deliveries, try and make him hoik it across to the leg side.
Another beautiful delivery, this from Hardik Pandya, just at the right time. It's India now. They believe they don't have to do anything silly. 10 from 2, Aiden Markram would know they had their chances. Whole nation watching. It'd be a massive relief. 13 years since India picked up the last ICC trophy. That was a World Cup in India. Won a Champions Trophy, but a World Cup is a World Cup. 10 needed from 2.
He just needs to make it 2 legal deliveries and make sure that the first one doesn't go away to the fence and everything is secure. They're taking their time. Rohit Sharma getting the field in the unbelievably correct position. They're not taking any chances. They want to make sure, even though it seems like they've got it covered now.
Here he goes, 10 needed of 2. That's a wide, he'll have to bowl that again. 9 needed of 2.
It was situated that if 10 of 2 you couldn't get a super over. Now all of a sudden South Africa, if they can find the boundary twice, even if it's on the ground, they'll get 8 and they will be in for a super over in this final.
He's feeling it, Hardik Pandya. He's bent over at the top of his mark. Not sure that he's got a bit of a niggle, but he's starting to feel this mentally. I mean, that just wasn't a wide, that was a big wide, which means pressure.
And they'll get 8 and they will be in for a super over in this final.
He's feeling it, Hardik Pandya. He's bent over at the top of his mark. Not sure that he's got a bit of a niggle, but he's starting to feel this mentally. I mean, that just wasn't a wide, that was a big wide, which means pressure.
Yes, he's staying, he wants to stay away from the onside. Stay away from Rabada swinging down the ground on the onside. Breezes in that direction. There are 3 fielders in the deep. And here goes Hardik Pandya. Swings in the air, this should be taken. It's Surya Kumar Yadav. India will feel they won this World Cup now. 9 needed of 1 ball. 1 legal delivery will seal it. And cometh the arm, cometh the man, it's Hardik Pandya again.
They have held their nerve with all this pressure. The odds were against them with 4 overs to go. Heavily South Africa's game, heavily. And this, compared to the one he's previously taken, was a walk in the park. It simply was. Kohli knows. They all know. The world of cricket knows. It is just moments away. Only thrice has a side defended a total in T20 World Cup final, and India has done it twice.
You can see how much it means to Rahul Dravid as well. As a player, he never had a chance of getting his hands on a World Cup. Now, as the coach of a team, The time has come.
Two unbeaten teams. They were the two best teams. They deserve to be in this contest. If India get here after this delivery, the first team to win a T20 World Cup without losing a single game. That's how good they've been.
Last ball. It's in the air. It's India who win the T20 World Cup after 17 years. The drought is over. An ICC tournament after 13. They all go to ground. They worked extremely hard for this. Have a look at the support staff there. It means so much. Unbeaten in this tournament. They've held their nerve when it mattered most and under pressure. And they become the unbeaten team to hold the trophy. 50th win for Rohit Sharma as captain in T20s and the first captain to do so.
I've got to say, I looked at Rohit Sharma when that single was taken. He went down, he laid down on the ground and he punched the turf and his players ran towards him. Such is the pressure of being the captain of India to deliver the goods. And Polly, we've got to say, we've got to hear from you. It's the one that got away, I'll be honest with you, and you feel that, I'm sure.
Yeah, the South Africans were immensely disappointed. Credit's got to go to India. They never gave up hope. We saw an unbelievable over from Hardik Pandya, but it was his wicket of Hendrik Klaasen earlier on in the piece that made sure they gave themselves a chance. They didn't stop believing, and in the back end, they held their nerve. The South Africans, well, they'll be very disappointed. It was in their grasp. They had it done. They just needed the experience of the two batters at the crease to take them over the line. Unable to do so. It was a good campaign, but once again, they fall short on the biggest stage.
And what a moment. You could see tears in his eyes. It means so much to him, Hardik Pandya. Under pressure, under serious pressure. Get those two wickets, that of Miller and of Klaasen, is something sensational. And time to celebrate. It's been a long time, but it's come. And it's come on the big stage in a World Cup final.
There's some great achievers in the game who are broken at the moment with emotion. Look at this man here. Look at this man here. He's taken a wander by himself just to reflect on what has happened. Such a special time for Rohit Sharma and his distinguished career. He can't quite grasp it at this point.
Yeah, he's looking upstairs. He's looking at the man upstairs and saying, what did he do after that night in Ahmedabad when India lost to Australia? He looks up again and he would be saying, thanks for giving me another chance. And the boys have responded. Kohli, top scorer in the final. Vital innings. Highest score of the tournament. But it's this man. Deserves all the accolades. He's captained magnificently right through this tournament. Even today. Getting the right bowlers at the right time when the chips were down. Showing faith in Hardik Pandya. Getting him on at a very important moment of play. Get wickets at crucial stages. Ashdeep Singh, he did a great job too.
And Sharma doing the right thing. He's motioning his troops to come and shake hands with South Africa, and they will line up. Two great sides. What a great month of cricket they have. Klaasen, Orbit there, Shamsi. South Africa with Markram leading them, had their heroes as well. But this is a day that'll hurt for a while. That's the nature of big sport. It has just been the most amazing finish to an intriguing last month in the Caribbean. And what about the motion of the new coach, old coach?
But yeah, he deserves it. It's 3 years in the job. His last day in the job. India will be appointing a new coach. Have a look at Jasprit Bumrah. As picks up his wife off her feet. It's just that feeling when they go into the dressing room. This is what you play for. This is what creates memories. You can see tears in the eyes of some of the greatest players in the game. That's how much it means. It's a nation where cricket is like religion, and you've got to win every game you play. They've done that on the big stage, and they were tested. My word, they were tested by South Africa today. And the end of it all, it's India. Champions again in T20 cricket after 17 years. And you can see Hardik Pandya getting a hug from the coach, Rahul Dravid. Plenty of heroes today.
We're going to get downstairs, folks, and talk to some of these wonderful Indian superstars here. We'll get their feelings. We'll hear from the captains. We've got the presentation of the trophy as well. Virat Kohli will just make his way up the steps. He's still crying, still full of emotion. They are, the longer it lasts, the more emotion it seems on these Indian faces. Two of the greats of the game. Two of the greats of the game. What a great shot that is. So much despair back in Ahmedabad has been replaced. It has been replaced here today. Truly wonderful side. And a wonderfully popular leader. He had a heck of a tournament with the bat. Kohli came through for him today. Let's get down to ground level, shall we? Those are the amazing scenes from upstairs, but let's hear from some of the players. I'm pretty sure we've been able, I can see Nasser down there on the boundary with someone. Dinesh Karthik is down there. We've got roving reporters. Right. Let's get down to Dinesh Karthik first of all. All Indian players are heroes and he'll be loving every minute of this. Here's Dinesh.
Siraj, you were there. In the last 5 overs, they needed 30 runs and Bumrah was walking. What was the mood like in the dressing room?
I'm only believe on Jesse bhai because game changer player, he is only one guy, is Jasprit Bumrah. I thought this hour maybe is match changing hour. And what I'm thinking about is exactly same there. I'm like, it's unbelievable feeling right now, to be honest. I can't describe my feeling.
6 months ago, you played a final and you were part of the 11 and you ended up losing that game. How is the feeling right now that you won the World Cup?
DK bhai, last year World Cup, I lost same like, but now this match, I think it's, as a player, you also the last year World Cup you there, so his feeling is unbelievable. Every professional cricketer he wants World Cup final, but I'm to be grateful. I'm blessed. I'm enjoying this moment. To be honest, I'm lucky. Thank God, Almighty Allah.
Thanks, and on to you, Nas.
Hardik, you're proudly holding that Indian flag. Just sum up what this World Cup win means to you.
You know, means a lot. It's very emotional. We've been working very hard, but something was not clicking. And I think today was a day where we kind of fulfilled what the whole world, whole nation wanted. You know, so many people supporting. And I think even it's more special for me how my 6 months have been. I've been very graceful of not speaking a word. Things have been very unfair, but I believe that, you know, if I keep working hard, there will be a time where I will be able to, you know, shine and, you know, do what I have always I've done. And I think that sums everything up. You know, it was a dream to win, and especially getting an opportunity like this makes it even more special.
You believed in yourself. Did you believe in the team when they needed 30 from 30? Did you still have that real belief you could do it?
We always believed we can do it. It was just about we execute our plans, stay calm, and let the pressure come to them. And I mean, credit to Jassi and the fast bowlers, the way they bowled those last 5-4 overs, change everything. And yeah, it was about time to get it.
You're cool and calm and calculated. How were you in that last over?
I mean, I knew pressure's not gonna, if I'm not gonna be calm, it's not gonna help me. So for me, it was simple that I execute my plans and make sure that every ball which I bowl, I commit 100%. So, yeah, I mean, I've been in this situation. Yes, I've not won it, but for me, I've always enjoyed pressure situation. All of a sudden, my run-up speed increased as well when the time came. So, yeah, it's been wonderful. It's been very enjoyed.
And a final question, you gave your coach, Rahul Dravid, a big hug. His last day as coach, he is someone that's backed you and the team throughout.
I mean, I'm very happy for him. He's been a wonderful man. Really enjoyed working with him. To give him a farewell like this, where this is how his so far coaching career ends. It's been wonderful. I've had a very good relationship with him. Kind of became friends, and very excited, very happy for him that the way they all are going, all the support staff, they've been very integral on last 3-4 years.
And a big kiss from your captain as well. Hardik Pandya, World Cup winner, well done.
Aksar, it's been a great few months for you, and you've been one of the players of this tournament so far. What does this mean to you?
It's meant everything for me. Like, when I come to this World Cup, in last few years, I've been getting injured, not getting that performance, but this time, I'm just feeling that I have to do something for India, something good for India, and finally I did it. I'm feeling so proud.
The team has been part of so many finals, so what did you do when this happened today?
I'm trying to keep it simple. I'm not thinking about anything. I'm just thinking about this is another match for me, and I'm not thinking this is the final. So that's work for me. When I went for the batting, I think I'm not thinking about ahead that if I'm got out here, then what happens? I'm just play on the merit, and yeah, that's
what does this mean to Rahul Dravid and Rohit Sharma?
I think Rahul Dravid and Rohit Sharma, you can see for Rohit Sharma, he's an amazing man. I think he led Team India very good in this series and in this World Cup, I think. And Rahul bhai give everything to us that you can enjoy it. You can't take pressure. Just enjoy it and just do your best.
There are a couple of times you're promoted up the order. Were you expecting it?
No, not today. I think I thought I'm going down the order, but when we got out 3 wickets early, then suddenly Rahul bhai told me that X, please pad up, and yeah, I think I didn't get to think about anything about my batting, so I think that worked for me.
Thanks a lot and well done, Akshar.
Cheers, thank you.
You see Jay Shah there. I think his new name will be Nostradamus Shah, because in the month of July he appointed Rohit Sharma as the captain, and he said on the 29th he will be lifting the World Cup, and it's happened just that way.
Well, he will indeed. 169 for 8, South Africa. Hendricks went early. De Kock was outstanding. So was Klaasen, and so was Miller when it really mattered, and so was Stubbs for that matter. But at the point where they were going to win it, this side through Bumrah and Arshdeep in particular, and the fielding, came to the party when most needed. Brilliant display of pressure fielding from India as well. Suryakumar Yadav's catch on the boundary will live long in a lot of memories. 176 for 7, India. South Africa 169 for 8. India win the World Cup, the 2024 version, by 7 runs. Right, let's head downstairs to talk to player of the match, Harsha Bhogle.
And can you imagine, it has just started to rain here. Our player of the match, Mr. Khalid Zamil, Vice President Public Affairs Aramco, to none other than Virat Kohli. Let the emotion run, Virat. What does this mean to you?
Well, this was my last T20 World Cup. And this is exactly what we wanted to achieve. This is an amazing game. I was telling Rohit today when we went out to bat, I was like, one day you feel like you can't get a run. And then you come out and then things happen. God is great. I bow my head in gratitude. I'm just really grateful I was able to get the job done for the team on the day that it mattered the most.
It was a different Virat Kohli we saw today, the Virat Kohli we'd seen all these years. What prompted that change in you?
Well, just the occasion. It was now or never kind of a situation. I knew this is my last T20 game playing for India. It's the last World Cup that I was going to play. So I wanted to make the most of it. And this was our aim. We wanted to win an ICC tournament. We wanted to lift the cup. And as I said, it was the occasion that helped me to put my head down and just respect the situation rather than trying to force things out there and just really play the game that my team wanted me to play.
Have you just made an announcement, Virat, about T20 internationals?
Yes, I have. This was an open secret. It was not something that I was not going to announce even if we had lost. This was going to be my last T20 World Cup playing for India. It's time for the next generation to take over. 2-year cycle. There's some amazing players playing in India, and they're going to take the team forward in the 2020 format and do wonders as we've seen them do in the IPL. And I have no doubts that they'll keep the flag waving high and, you know, really take this team further from here now.
In 2011, you said it's time to carry someone on the shoulders because he's carried India for so long. Time to carry you on the shoulders maybe for this.
No, I don't think so. I mean, look, it's been a long wait for us, you know, just waiting to win an ICC tournament. And it's not just me alone. You look at someone like Rohit as well. He's played 9 T20 World Cups. This is my 6th. So he deserves it as much as anyone else in the squad. So we're just happy we were able to get the job done. And really, it's hard to explain, you know, the emotions I felt after the game. I knew what kind of mindset I was in. I wasn't very confident in the last few games. I wasn't feeling really good out there. But when God has to bless you with something, He shows you in ways that you can't imagine. That's why I said I'm really grateful and humbled right now when I bow my head.
Well, and Virat, the world sees you as a very tough human being. It's revealing to see this side to you today.
It's been difficult, and hence the emotions of how the game went as well, where we came back from, the kind of character the guys showed. It's really difficult to hold things back. I think it's going to sink in a little later, and the emotions are going to come to the surface a little later more, but it's just an amazing day. I couldn't be more thankful.
If it is indeed the last one, you go with your head held high as you always do. Well done, Virat Kohli.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Harsha.
What a player. Our next award is the player of the tournament. The jury for this was Mr. Wasim Khan, ICC General Manager Cricket, and 3 of us in the commentary box. Mr. Ian Bishop, Cass Naidu, and me. There was a vote from the fans as well, who voted via digital channels. And once again, Mr. Khalid Zamil, Vice President Public Affairs, Aramco, will present the trophy to the incredible Jasprit Bumrah. I'm just pausing to let the sound come through, Jasprit. Did you think when you were a kid growing up in Ahmedabad that far away here in Barbados you'd be seeing these kind of emotions?
Not at all. You know, usually I'm the one who tries to keep my emotions in check and, you know, try to focus on the job. But today, you know, I don't have a lot of words. The emotions are taking over. I usually don't cry after a game, but, you know, this feels really special. You know, midway stage, we felt we were in trouble, but to pull off a win like this is an unreal feeling.
Is this the very best that you have bowled? Because I've seen cricket for a while. I've yet to see a white ball bowler bowl at this level consistently. What do you think of it?
I'm just really over the moon that, you know, my son is here, my family is here, and I could do something special for India. You know, we've been working really hard towards this, and we've come close. We just fell short last time, but we were able to go through this time. You know, there's no better feeling than that. We play the sport for this, for these days, for big stages when you do well and you get your team through. There's no better feeling.
It's incredible that in a game that's normally dominated by batters, there's a bowler who's the player of the tournament. And right from the first game, you just looked like your rhythm was right, everything was right.
Yeah, it just felt good. You know, I was trying to keep myself in a bubble because I was spending time with my family, not thinking too far ahead, staying where your feet are. All of these things are okay. Yes, we do say it, but when comes the big day, you have to do it even more. You have to do what you have been doing, not to try over because it's the final. So yeah, it just felt very good, and over the tournament, I felt very clear and calm.
Was there ever pressure on you, because you are the lead bowler, was there ever pressure on you that your 4 overs are the key moments, and especially today when you came back for the 16th?
I don't look at it like that because, you know, whenever I'm at my peak mindset, I think of one ball at a time and one over at a time. If I think of the overall picture too early, I give on to the pressure and I try too hard sometimes. So this was what was working for me today. Yes, obviously emotions can take over and was taking over, but you had to keep yourself in check. But now the job is done, the emotions can come out and you can, you know, scream and shout.
Can I just ask you one final question on when you took the ball for the 16th over? It was 30 of 5 overs, the game was slipping out. You're standing at the top of your mark. Surely there's a thought going on that we'd love to share from you.
Yeah, it was, you know, when it was a runner ball, we did think that, you know, what is happening? So when I came, I saw the ball was a little scuffed up and a little reverse a bit. So I thought, what is the difficult shot for the batsman? How will he, you know, get beaten or I will get a wicket? So I thought length ball was an option. The ball was reverse swinging. I was happy that I was able to keep my calm and I was able to execute.
Go and put that trophy in your cabinet. It'll take pride of place. Well done, Jasprit Bumrah. It's been an absolute honor watching you play cricket.
Thank you so much. Cheers. Thank you.
Well, there is so much emotion here at Kensington Oval in Barbados. It's all Indian joy and South African despair. Other cricket coming your way tomorrow. It's that second game between England and New Zealand in the women's series. That's games from Worcester. And then we look a little further ahead to Wednesday, July the 10th, when we'll be at Lord's. Jimmy Anderson's final test match is England against West Indies. Well, that was a game and drama fitting of a World Cup final. We've got Owen Michael and DK, who's a little moist after doing the interviews in the rain. That was phenomenal.
It was. I have a lot of friends in that team, and there are many journeys here that I want to speak about. Virat Kohli, someone who came in, found success immediately, but never a title post that, kept fighting. And today was the moment when he stood up, hasn't done really well in the tournament. Rohit Sharma, 2007, walked into a tournament at a young age, and it must have felt the world is his oyster. It took him 17 years, again, to win an ICC World Cup. Doesn't come easy, this tournament. And I'm so happy for them, so proud of them. 1 billion hearts and 1 billion smiles is what we're going to get. But also, they've broken so many hearts during this journey. All of that will be mended just by what they've done today.
30 of 30 was the equation, and they were 4 down, South Africa.
Quite spectacularly fell apart, and it's not nice because you see the quality of player that they have in their lineup. And I actually thought with the turn of momentum, the likes of Quinton de Kock up the top of the order with Tristan Stubbs, that momentum felt like today was their day, and they basically took the game to the brink of winning. It got so close and they went to try and grab it. You've got to stick to the process for as long as you can, and the process will take you to where you want to be. Incredibly disappointing again from South Africa.
I mean, Klassen was immense. We then had that little break, little pause in play while Rishabh just sorted his pad out. That seemed to take away a bit of his, I don't know, concentration. That's one he could have hit for 4, he edged it, and then India were through the door.
Yeah, that was one of the key moments. First of all, it was a great game. The best team won, best team in the tournament, but it was a fantastic game of cricket. So many talking points. And that Klassen dismissal was one. I think they needed 26 of 4 overs then. He played some incredible shots in that over off Axar Patel. He was hitting it out of the ground. Suddenly the delay, then the wide ball that he nicks, and then it's all changed again. And then the other moment that you'd pick out is Sky's catch at deep long on, which under pressure, athleticism, awareness, incredible ability there with the pressure right on him in the last over. So those 2 moments in the last 4 overs of the game were absolutely game-changing moments.
I mean, it was quite extraordinary, that catch. When you said, I mean, Ian Smith on commentary said it's arguably the greatest catch in cricket because of the situation, final, and how close the margins were.
So just before that ball, Surya Kumar Yadav wanted to go wider to his right. But Rohit Sharma told him, no, just stay tighter, stay straighter. And it so happened the next ball was hit straight there. And there are plenty of catches which are probably better taken. But in the moment, in the pressure, to take something like that, have the presence of mind, knowing it's close to the boundary rope, but still not touch it, well, that's pretty much where the World Cup is for India. And he helped India literally and figuratively cross the line on that one. It was just great to watch.
Just magnificent. I mean, the margin for error there is so small. The hours that field is spent specifically practicing this skill to perform it in brilliant moments like this that can change the game. The game is just continuing to evolve yet again, but it's moments like that that really hold heavily on the opposition.
We were fascinated up there when and how Rohit Sharma was going to use those last 6 deliveries from Jasprit Bumrah, because many of us thought he might have held him back a bit too long.
Yeah, rightly the player of the tournament or bowler of the tournament. He's been immense for India throughout. I think his economy rate, when it flashed up on screen, is a little over 4 runs and over, which in the length of a T20 tournament is an incredible statistic. So he's an absolute gem for India. You've got to try and work your run chase around him. South Africa will feel, though, they had that game. 26 from 4 with 2 good finishers in. They will feel they had that game in the palm of their hand. Then the wicket of Klassen, and then it all changes.
Do you think they really believe, though, India? Because even that last over that Hardik was bowling, he was down on his haunches, deep breaths, he sort of went to run in, then went again. The belief in that side?
At the end of the 15th over, I had a look at Rohit Sharma. He was on his hunches. He kind of believed that it was done. That Rishabh Pant moment we just spoke about, that was one. And then the catch. But those are smaller skills. The biggest skill is what Bumrah did. The 16th over and the 18th over. That's the man for you, because in the big moment we keep saying, come at the moment, come at the man. And that was pretty much what it was. You needed your best bowler to deliver. And that's again something he's done for India. And a word of praise for Rahul Dravid. They say life comes a full circle. 17 years ago, he led the 50-over World Cup team. A team which was touted to be one of the favourites going in. Was knocked out in the first round of the tournament. And from then he had to wait a long time before he put his hands on a World Cup. And the last game as coach for Team India, he manages to put his hands back on it. Well done to him as well.
I mean, he was emotional. How satisfying is it when you've had to change around a culture like he's done and get rewarded with something like this?
The satisfaction it's actually overwhelming, because you put in place a plan and a strategy, and you think long term, but when you're associated with sides like Australia, England and India, there is a different type of pressure, outside pressure, that you have to manage while you're trying to implement this type of change. I think the partnership between Dravid and Rohit Sharma is crucial. The fact that the captain can embody it and reassert at every opportunity an unwavering sign of aggression definitely helps. Both captain and coach will be sitting very, very contently tonight with silverware on the shelf.
About time they won one.
It's been a long time. I think the point that DK made about Rohit Sharma as a 20-year-old back in 2007, sometimes you don't appreciate things when you were there. You know, you don't appreciate it when it comes so quickly as a 20-year-old. Who would have thought that a player like that, with the players around him, would have had to wait 17 years and over a decade since their last ICC global event? They come into all these tournaments with a tremendous amount of pressure and expectation on them, and they've delivered today. Well done. They were the best team.
Right, presentation is nearly ready, and we'll go and hear what the captains have to say. Virat, just a little word on Virat and him, a bit emotional at the end there, walking away from the T20, not game, because he'll still play IPL.
I can't be in his shoes, but I can tell you I've closely followed him the last few years playing in the same team. And as I stand here, I don't mind standing here with you guys, but I'd much rather be in the dressing room. You know, just the feeling of winning a World Cup. And he's been so close to it. He's been a captain, he's been a player. As I said, another player who's tasted success very young. 2011 World Cup, 2013 Champions Trophy. Post that, he's done everything possible. Big games, he stood up, done whatever required, be it on the field or off the field. But still couldn't manage to cross the line. And today, of all the days when he's had a very ordinary tournament, and the world was talking about, oh, you know, probably he's not gotten going, he's changed his game, is he going to be good enough? The man comes back again. Well, that's Virat Kohli for you. You put in the work, And I think somewhere down the line, up above, somebody's watching, and I'll give it to you at the right time. And I think today was that day for him. It's meant a lot to him. He's been through a lot personally. As I said, couldn't be in his shoes, but I can genuinely feel happy. And I think his family as well has been through the whole grind of being pushed above when he's doing well, but also really taken down when sometimes things are out of his control. All you want to say is, I just hope the moment is right for Rohit and Virat to think what they want to do in the T20 future, where they still want to play for India, because this is the best that they can do. Winning a World Cup and winning a man of the match in the World Cup. Well, there are decisions to be made, but for the moment, Virat Kohli is the man for India yet again.
Well, they've earned the right to go when they want. From the South African camp, though, you know what it's like to get so close to winning one of these and not getting there. How does that feel?
Gut-wrenching and devastating. Simply because I go back to 2016, where Carlos Brathwaite hit 4 consecutive sixes to win the World Cup in a final, and it kills you. And if you don't learn from it, it creates a big problem. And you get the feeling that this South African side is a little different to other South African sides that have been previously. They've taken the best side in the tournament right to the brink, and arguably should have won this game here today. So the attitude and the learning is much more important than how you deal with that feeling that will take a lot of time to go away.
Well, the big wicket was that of Heinrich Klaassen. To get up to that point, he looked like breezing them through to the trophy. And some of the shots that he played, we all went, oh my goodness.
Incredible. I mean, I did a 100 game with DK last year or the year before, and he said Klaassen is the most improved T20 player in the world over the last couple of years, and I think that was proved to be absolutely right. He plays some incredible shots. I mean, that when the spinners dropped slightly short, the difference here from Guyana was there was just a little bit more bounce in the pitch. In Guyana, the ball was skidding very hard to hit the shots that Klaassen was hitting, but here there was just a bit more bounce, and that, shots like that, you almost, players of our generation would almost be propping forward and just knocking it down the ground for a single, and he's rocking back and smoking it for 6 straight. A wonderful player who hasn't probably quite transferred that franchise form to international cricket, but we saw what a player he is today, although he will know that, or will feel that he should have closed it out.
Well, that one shot, I mean, there was that break, that one shot. I mean, I was expecting, when it came out of the hand, I was expecting to hit that sight screen thing over there.
I mean, the power that he possesses is unbelievable, and the thing that it throws into question is questions about the opposition captain, the opposition bowlers, because you can't formulate a plan if a guy keeps hitting your best ball. And he actually forced Rohit Sharma to bring Jasprit Bumrah back in, Ashdeep Singh back into the attack earlier than he would have liked, because I thought the game was starting to drift. His record against spin is incredible. It's not as equally matched against seamers. So I thought Rohit got that a little bit wrong, but when you have the likes of Bumrah up your sleeve, you're never out of the game.
The frightening thing is, India now have such strength in depth. I mean, Kohli's going to stand aside. We don't know what Rohit's going to do. But I had a look at your second team. We'll come back to that in a minute because they've been messing around over there for the presentation. But I think they're ready for us now. Let's go and hear from the captains of the trophy lift.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the final post-match presentation of the ICC Men's T20 World Cup 2024, hosted in the magnificent venues of the USA and the West Indies. It's been a great tournament. We've witnessed thrilling matches, outstanding performances, and unforgettable moments. Congratulations to both teams for an extraordinary journey, for captivating us with their skill and passion, and for making this T20 World Cup a spectacular event. On behalf of the International Cricket Council, I'd like to thank the host, Cricket West Indies, the sponsors, the international media and broadcasters, the players, and finally, you, the fans, for making this event a special one. Let me introduce the presentation party that stands with us today. Mr. Greg Barclay, the ICC chair. Dr. Kishore Shallow, Cricket West Indies president and ICC director. Mr. Jay Shah, BCCI Honorary General Secretary and ICC Director, and Lawson Naidu, Cricket South Africa Chair and ICC Director. To commence our final post-match presentation, we are honored to welcome one of Barbados and West Indies' finest modern players, former T20 World Cup champion Carlos Brathwaite, to place the ICC Men's T20 World Cup 2024 trophy on the presentation podium. No one will forget what Carlos did back in 2016 in ushering the West Indies to a second title. Thank you very much, Carlos. Yeah, it's been a wonderful occasion, and now we get down to the individual awards and presentations. And firstly, I'd like to invite the match officials to collect their medals from Dr. Kishore Shallow, the Cricket West Indies president, led by the match referee, Richie Richardson. Also, Richie Richardson will come forward, and he will lead the on-field umpires, Chris Gaffney and Richard Illingworth, who will also be accompanied by the television umpire for today, Richard Kettleborough, and the fourth umpire, Rod Tucker. Thank you very much to the officials without whom this would not have been possible. And we move on now to present the runners-up who have played with immense skill and determination throughout the tournament and only did not cross the line today on the big stage. Congratulations to South Africa. You have been fabulous. I'd now like to invite the South African team to come up to collect their runners-up medals from Lawson Naidu, Chair Cricket, South Africa. Now we can get the players to come forward. Othniel Bartman, Gerald Coetzee, Quinton de Kock, Bjorn Fortuin, Reza Hendricks, Marco Jansen, Heinrich Klaassen, Keshav Maharaj, David Miller, the impressive fast bowler Anrik Nokia and his colleague Kahiso Rabada, Ryan Rickleton, Tabré Shamsi, Tristan Stubbs, and last but not by any means least, South Africa's captain, impressive captain who's led so magnificently throughout this tournament, Aiden Markram. Great appreciation for South Africa and the way they've acquitted themselves in this tournament. We will surely see a lot more of South Africa in the knockout and final stages in years to come. And now if Aiden Markram can make his way over toward us. In commiserations, I think the appreciation from the crowd present here and those viewing the global audience have shown their great love for what you've provided. As you look at today's game and the outcome, generally, how do you feel?
Yeah, obviously gutted for the time being. I think it'll take some time for us to have a really good reflection on a really good campaign that we've had. Obviously for the time being though, like I've mentioned, it hurts quite a bit, but having said that, still incredibly proud of this group of players and everyone that's involved in this team.
The bowling effort today by your unit, how many marks do you give to them for the way they carried it out?
Yeah, I thought they bowled well. Don't think there was a hell of a lot to work with with regards to the pitch. So Thought they did well to restrict him to what we thought was a chaseable total. Thought we batted really well as well, and came down to the wire. Really good game of cricket. So on all fronts, really chuffed with the guys today. Like I mentioned, not great to get over the line, but incredibly proud of this group of people that we've got going here in our white ball squad.
Was there a time in the run chase, did it seesaw with you the way that you chased the total? What was a crucial point for you?
Yeah, it did. And you know, we've seen with a lot of our games this campaign that it's not really over until the last ball is bowled. So we never got comfortable. There's always that element of scoreboard pressure, and especially at the back end, things happen quite quickly and can change quite quickly as well. But having said that, we got into a great position, which proves that we were worthy finalists. Could have won the game today, unfortunately didn't, but still, like I mentioned, incredibly proud of the group.
Yeah, a lot of close calls. I was reading a quote from one of your journalists back home, and it surrounds a lot of South African sport. They don't know what we know as South Africans. How does that set you up for the future?
Yeah, hopefully really in a really good way. I think one thing that's guaranteed about a South African, wherever they are in the world, is they're a really competitive person, a really respectful person, and a person that will go down with the fight. So that's one thing that we as a group sort of pride ourselves on. Hopefully moving forward we can draw a lot from those few things and can keep putting the skill side of the sport to good use. But yeah, it's still a proud moment for us.
Congratulations on getting to the final, and there is no doubt, Aiden, that your time will come in future. Thank you very much for the entertainment.
Thank you, Bish. Thanks.
Aiden Markram, South Africa's captain and a worthy finalist of this 2024 T20 World Cup. And now let's celebrate the champions. May I invite the victorious India cricket team to come up and receive their champions medals from Jay Shah, the BCCI Honorary Secretary General and ICC Director. They will be led by Jasprit Bumrah, Yuzvendra Chahal, Shivam Dubey, Ravindra Jadeja, Yashasvi Jaiswal, the impressive and great Virat Kohli, Hardik Pandya, Rishabh Pant, Aksa Patel, Sanju Samson, Ashdeep Singh, who was bowled splendidly all tournament, Mohammad Siraj, Kuldeep Yadav, Surya Kumar Yadav, and bringing up the back end there is their captain, their leader, Rohit Sharma. Great performance throughout the tournament. India unbeaten. And one would have to say the way that they've marched through, by some distance, a well-balanced, the most well-balanced, finely groomed and well-led team. The only team to go undefeated in winning a T20 World Cup in the history of the tournament. Round of applause one more time for Rohit Sharma and his men. And now Rohit would make his way Rohit, congratulations. If I may just press you back just a little bit so they get a good shot of you and none of me. How do you sum up this moment, given all the planning, given all, I suppose, the times that you didn't quite cross the line as you would have wanted to? Sum up this for the nation and for the global society.
Very hard to sum up what we've been through for the last 3 or 4 years, to be honest. We worked really hard as individuals and as a team. A lot has gone behind the scenes for us to be here today and winning this game. It's not what we did today, it's what we've been doing for the last 3-4 years. That's the result that has come for us today. You know, we played a lot of high pressure game in the past as well, and we've been on the wrong side of it as well. So guys do understand, you know, when the pressure is on, what needs to be done. And today was the perfect example of when the back is against the wall, what is required. We stuck together as a team, all of us, even though, you know, at one point it was looking South Africa's way, but I thought, you know, overall as a team, as a group on the field, we wanted this really bad. We wanted to win this. But I know to win a tournament like this, a lot goes behind the scenes, a lot of efforts, a lot of mind needs to come together. And I'm very, very proud of the bunch of boys that I have and the management as well for giving us that liberty to go and play and you know, execute and having that trust in each one of us. And that has to start from the management, coach, captain, and then the players, you know, go out there and do it. Throughout the tournament, I think we were fantastic.
Let's talk about a few individual players and not isolating anyone else, but Virat's form wasn't the greatest coming into this final. What's your appreciation of what he did today with the bat?
Look, I was, not me, but nobody was in doubt about that form of Virat's. We know the quality that he has. You know, he's been on top of his game for the last 15 years. So, you know, come the occasion, we know big players will stand up. And, you know, Virat was obviously holding that one end, which was very, very crucial for us. And the others played around him. And for us to get to that total was a team effort as well. You know, we wanted somebody to bat as long as possible. These are not the wicket where you can just come and bat freely and keep the scoreboard ticking straight away. So we do understand that, and we wanted somebody to bat as long as possible. Virat did that perfectly. That is where experience, you know, all the years that he has played comes into the picture. And the other guys around played really well. Aksar's knock of 47 was, I think, very, very crucial as well.
Let's jump on to the bowling now, and you've got many, many heroes across the tournament. Aksar himself with the ball, Kuldeep, Ashdeep. But this guy, Jasprit Bumrah, how do we put into words what he keeps doing?
I can understand you guys trying to put it out in the words, but I've been someone who's seen him for so many years playing alongside me. Even I don't know what exactly is with him, you know, and what I know exactly what he brings to the table, but how he does that, it is just masterclass, to be honest. And you know, he backs his skills, which is more than enough. And he's a very confident lad. You know, whatever he wants to do, he executes that to perfection, which is a very rare sight. I know.
Hardik is telling you that he wants to celebrate here now.
Yeah, no, I mean, Jasprit Bumrah, to put it in one word, he's a class act.
And Hardik bowling that
Hardik was brilliant as well. Bowling that over, no matter how many runs is required to bowl that last over, nerves, and all of that, you know, I'm very, very, very proud of the boys.
A word to the fans who've turned up here finally, who've supported you at home and abroad.
Yeah, no, absolutely fantastic. You know, all the way through New York to Barbados, I just want to salute them, you know, to come and support us the way they have. And also back home, millions of people are sitting there watching it. It's a late night in India. I'm pretty sure they will be up tonight to watch this. It is for them. You know, they've been waiting for a long time, like we have. So yeah, I mean, very, very proud of what we have achieved today.
Rohit, congratulations. Thank you very much for all the entertainment you've provided around this tournament. Once again, I'll allow you to go and to join your teammates to receive the trophy from Mr. Greg Barclay, the ICC chair, and Mr. Jay Shah, ICC director. Congratulations to India, led by Rohit Sharma, ICC Men's T20 Cricket World Cup champions 2024.
They're going to enjoy this one, and they thoroughly deserve it as well. They've been outstanding in this competition. As Ian Bishop said there, they played some phenomenally good cricket to watch. National joins Owen, myself and Michael. Unbeaten in the competition, phenomenal performance.
Yeah, best team in the competition, best captain in the competition, best bowler in the competition. Also, they had to show a bit of toughness today. So having all that ability, having the resources and having the players, but at some time in a World Cup you have to show rough, real tough cricket. And from 30, 4 down the opposition, Bumrah showed his class. Their fielding went up a notch. That catch from Sky in the deep was phenomenal. Hardik Pandya held his nerve. Best team won the competition, great final. And a word for Rahul Dravid. His last day as a coach. We all know Rahul very well. He's a top man. You know, good things happen to good people, and he deserves to go out on a high like this.
And your thoughts on Kohli? He got the Player of the Match award, and when we were discussing it up there, could have been Bumrah. He got them to a score, as Rohit's just said.
Yeah, he was going to be a hero or villain tonight, really.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, if they'd lost that game, I said it on commentary, people would have said, well, 37 balls without a boundary in the middle of an innings, people have said, well, that's lost you the game. You win the game, and that looks like genius. He's timed it perfectly. But we all know that is the game of cricket. That is any sport. He just did enough to get his side over the line, and Virat Kohli often does enough to get his side over the line.
Their strength in depth is phenomenal. You look down at the second team that they've selected to go to Zimbabwe, and you think, well, that could take on most sides in the world.
It certainly could, and they have but not just batting depth, they have bowling depth as well. It really is brilliant, and that's why I admire what Rohit Sharma and Rahul Dravid have achieved here, because the difficult thing for India for a long period of time has been managing the players who do take the field. It's clearly been external pressure there for as long as we can all remember, but how they utilise the talent and free them up, as Rohit said, to play with a huge amount of risk. It's not that easy to do. It is brilliant man management, and it's resulted in pure joy. There will be absolutely millions and millions of people around the world here in tears, smiling, laughing, relieved that they have won here today.
I thought you made a very interesting point when we were watching the interviews and listening to the interviews. Are India and Australia just starting to move ahead of the other nations?
It feels so when you look at the most recent ICC global events. You've got the World Test Championship, 50 over World Cup, 20 over World Cup. India have contested all three. They haven't won all three, but they've contested all three. Obviously, Australia were looking for a treble when they came into this tournament, holding the World Test Championship and the 50 over World Cup. You'd say they are the two outstanding teams right now, and they've just put a bit of clear blue water between themselves and the chasing pack. So in terms of England, if we turn it to England, that's their challenge now. They've got to look up to India and Australia, try and close that gap and try and challenge those two teams.
A concerning time then for England. They obviously didn't make it through here today, and obviously what happened in India. Is it a concerning time or a time just to reset and rethink a little bit?
Well, I think just time to reset and rethink. They've showed improvements on the 50 over World Cup, particularly around decisions that they've made and how they've handled external pressures given the challenges that they've been through. But you have to say there's still that level of expectation on England's shoulders going forward that they need to continue to compete. So the minimum expectation would be to make it to the semi-final. They did, they unfortunately beaten by a better team on the day in India. So there's a lot of learnings there. There's other players coming through that we might see come through in the next period, building towards a Champions Trophy next year and then the following year of the World Cup. There's a lot of potential.
So Kohli was the player of the match, Bumrah the player of the tournament. You could have given it to him for the player of the tournament, player of the match, sorry, for that catch.
Absolutely. The game was in the balance. If that goes for 6, South Africa's spirits are lifted. It'll be an iconic moment in Indian cricket history. If you go back to Kapil Dev, wasn't it, at Lord's, running back over his shoulder to take that catch in a World Cup. Sky's done a very similar thing here. Their fielding has really improved over time. And again, you know, Kohli and the fitness staff, you look at them now, they're trim, they're sharp. They're doing a little lap of honour around us right now. And Kohli's got...
completely swamped here,
We're going to get blown away here by the whole of Team India. Congratulations, boys. Congratulations.
Well done.
Brilliant. Great stuff.
Tell us what that feels like, that lap of honour with the World Cup.
Absolute incredible feeling. It's actually very difficult to describe, but absolute pure joy and elation, because everything you have put on the line, which they do day in, day out, whether it's at a training ground or out here on the ground itself, it has just been fully rewarded in this. What a special moment. And
just go in there and interview Kohli while he's there, will you?
Do another masterclass soon, if there's any chance. But the thing I like about this is you see them taking front and centre, but it's not just the team. It's the backroom staff, which Rohit mentioned in his interview, but also the families are here as well. They were sitting up here in a box. They go through the hardest part, spending time away from home, again taking a lot of flack for the team's performance or an individual's performance. So it's great to see them being celebrated as well.
I mean, the emotions at the end there. Hardik was in tears. He said to me on interview, the 6 months he's had on and off the field has taken its toll on him. He had a point to prove. Rohit walked over and waved to his family, burst out in tears. And there was a lovely moment in the middle, actually. While all the cameras were on the Indian team, Quinton de Kock was in tears with Dale Steyn. You know, they are yet again so near, but yet so far. Brilliant way to end the tournament. Brilliant final.
I mean, the scenes in India will be extraordinary as well. We were out there for that 2010 World Cup when Dhoni smoked it over into the stand. Marine Drive, it took us an hour and a half to get back the kilometre to the hotel. They will go bonkers.
Well, absolutely, and obviously it was a morning start here, which is not ideal for the local audience, but the whole point of it was for the biggest audience in Asia, so it's prime time Indian TV that have been tuning in their hundreds of millions, full of expectation and hope, and that's the pressure that these players play under every day. We don't really understand it, and I suppose in England the only people who would kind of understand that scrutiny and pressure are Premiership footballers. It's a very similar thing, but in India these guys, they live with that every day of their lives, so they deal with it remarkably, actually, the equanimity that they show in victory and defeat, and they deal with it in a remarkable way, but it's very hard to understand from the outside.
Well, Chris Gale's here for a party, isn't he? He's not here for anything.
How would you assess the tournament as a whole? 9 different venues, you at the first game in America, interconnecting flights, people all over the world, teams' bags being cargoed everywhere.
I've enjoyed it. You can always do things better. I would have had more games at the start and left more gaps towards the end. So sides, you know, don't treat...
More games under lights as well,
yeah,
the
more
atmosphere.
More games under lights. Obviously the New York pitch, you don't want to be playing on a pitch like that, but I've enjoyed the different conditions. St. Lucia was flatter, you know, Antigua was somewhere in between. This was a good pitch for the final. In the end, the best side won. That's all you can say. India did it in all those conditions. They played on a minefield pitch in New York, they won. They played on a fat pitch in St. Lucia against Australia, they won. They played on a low, slow one in Guyana against England. They hammered them, they came here and they won. So there's things you can do better, but in the whole